Take it to the next level.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all well. Welcome back to Pro Tour live here at Online Darts. Matthew says, afternoon, Gob. You've missed someone, mate, because I'm not alone for the morning.
Hello.
You were sat there all confused while I hadn't brought you in then, weren't you?
No, no. I was fine. I was expecting a grander entrance than that, to be brutally honest. You know, it was quite piss poor from you.
Oh, sorry. Well, if you've been on more recently, then
No.
if you weren't really dipping us in the cricket, then maybe I'd have given you that satisfaction.
No, well, to be fair, both Calvin Harrison and Tom Moores are currently battering us, so you know it's absolutely fine.
Tom Moores doesn't batter anybody, mate. Hello to everyone watching, by the way. This is Pro Tour Live.
Yeah, I should stress today, everyone, that there is a reason why I'm on today. Obviously, I think we better address it early and get it out of the way. Obviously, it's been a really tough morning for Gob in particular. I'm sure if anyone's seen his Twitter account, everyone knows what's going on and everything like that. So we aren't going to talk about it apart from this, just literally this final 30 seconds. So we don't know what's obviously happened with what's gone in Nottingham today. So obviously thoughts go out to everybody involved in the incident that's happened in Nottingham. And obviously I'm going to be on to about 2 o'clock until Barney can take over. But obviously I'm here and we're not going to really mention it other than that. So no more questions after this. But obviously hope you're okay, buddy, more than anything else. That's the first thing before we get on with the actual games.
Just a little bit weird this morning, that's all. But we have a job to do, so yeah, crack on and tell the world about what's going on at Players Championship 14, the last Pro Tour event in the race to the match play. I know Jar loves a race to the match play as I was going down rankings open. Completely forgot that angle as well when I was like, yeah, do you want to jump on? So, yeah.
It's always there's nothing better than a race to the match play.
Correct.
By the way, no, it's not a Real Oviedo shirt. It's actually a Lanzarote away shirt. You can see there with the opal on there. It's
whatever it is.
When I went to Lanzarote, I went there in February with a few lads for the Super Bowl, and the boys, we went to a game involving Lanzarote, and they bought me this shirt as a thank you for letting me use for letting them use the villa and everything like that. So yeah,
you've never let me use your villa.
Pardon?
You've never let me use your villa.
You never asked.
Yeah, fair point. Can I use your villa?
I'll speak to them. I'll speak to the gaffer.
One change to the lineup from yesterday. Pascal Ruprecht is not playing today. He's replaced by Jared Cole, another player who had a fantastic weekend on the development tour. We have 3 games live right now. They are Barney versus Robert Grundy, Kim Hybrex, Richie Burnett, Daryl Gurney, Mike Kyvenhoven. So plenty to play for in those. Gurney needs to find some form ahead of the World Cup later this week. Same could be said for Richie Burnett, to be fair. And the other game on streaming ball with Mike Zeka against Boris Kirchmar. Hello to everyone in the chat room. Not ignoring you, we were just getting that bit out of the way. So Bill's in. Hello, mate. Pete's in. Sorry, how we doing? Jeff's in. Steve Cadman's in. How we doing, mate? Hope you're well. Missed you in Newbury this weekend. Rob says, see, the MVP has arrived. I wouldn't go that far, but I do love him. Absolute hero. Good to see you, Jar. Where's Nick Fulwell today, guys? Did he play yesterday? Is he another one that's dropped out late? I'm not sure. That was the only update I've seen. Going old school team this AM. Yes, we are indeed. Alistair says, hello, boys. Oviedo shirt. How do lads fancy a chizzy run today? Yeah, hit that 9 darter yesterday on screen right in front of me, and I still managed to miss it.
That was hilarious, by the way. That was utterly hilarious.
Phil had literally sat there and slagged off Cameron Menzies' B game to Fallon Sherrick sat next to him. So I was like, Phil, have you really just done that? Munching away. Chizzy hits the 9. Yeah, brilliant.
I was just trying to I text you going, God, mate, please look at yourself right now. Look at what you're on screen. You've moaned about not being able to call in an iData. You had the absolute key opportunity there on screen to do so.
Yeah. And Connor, yeah, you are right. The race of the match, that's a big game for Willie O'Connor. So we'll stick that one on for you as the featured game.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, O'Connor is the one looking in right now. I'm not quite sure. Is he there at EC10? I think he is.
I believe so.
I think he's at EC10. So if he is at EC10, then obviously that's a huge, huge moment for Willie O'Connor. But he can really put some pressure on at this point. You know me, mate. You know when it comes to the match play, it's my favourite time of the year. Viva Black.
ET10. Whitlock's at ET10. Razmet is not. So this is Madars' last chance to break into that. He's 1-0 up on Ted Evett. Petrushka, I think it is. Jim Williams is not playing. Keane Barry is at ET10. Matt Campbell's at ET10. Ian White is not. Domain Motamena is not. Alan Suter is not. Callan Ritz is not. What else is? Would have to do something pretty special though. Win today would only put on 38 grand. Brendan Dolan on 37 in 16th place. Down to the likes of, I think Jean Van Veen's the outsider, 20.25. She's currently 16.75k away from Brendan Dolan in 16th. But Outstanding Talent won a development tour earlier today, is in the Euro Tour and playing today.
The biggest thing for me is that everyone was saying like what will get you in, how safe it will be, and how you know me when we're not going to talk about is Ryan Searle safe for the match play, because we know that's still a sore subject. But on a serious note, right? I honestly genuinely believe that 40,000 is going to get you in because there isn't enough money to go around potentially for everybody else to then get in at the same time. So I do think that 40 grand is going to be enough, because even if Willie O'Connor maybe makes a 4th round today, that's £2,500. He'll need to get to Sunday in order to even overtake Steve Beaton. So I think 40 is going to be the cutoff. I really do.
I'm not against that. I just think there's quite a fine line between will it get you in and are they safe right now?
Oh no, 100%.
They are two completely different questions, and I think we have a habit on this show in particular of getting those mixed up. Not necessarily you. I got a lot of stick for Ryan Searle the other year. Do I think he might get in on that number? Yes, it was possible, and he did just by literally 50 quid or whatever it was that year that there was a big debate over his Ryan Searle in the match play. Would I have been booking his accommodation 6 weeks out with that number as a base? Absolutely not.
Hard to say.
Distinction to make. So,
about him. Will Rhodes up the bloody roads. What a boy! Absolute hero. Just cleans up Tom Moores through the gate. Beautiful stuff.
You're beating our B team. B, I told you Tom Moores doesn't destroy anyone.
Yeah, well, no, he just completely went through completely got him through the gate. Sorry.
Was Tom Moores swinging like, I don't know,
yep,
1960s couple?
Correct.
Yeah.
He's swinging in the 60s. Absolutely right, mate. That's a very good way of doing it. Can Graham Hall get in? The answer is no. No. But well, no, actually, no. Technically, he can. If he wins today and then wins the Euro Tour, 30,000, isn't it? Now on a Euro Tour.
Yes.
So yeah.
I'm incredibly sorry to everybody that we missed that.
I'm not.
Is what I'm going to say to that one. Wade off to a flyer against Van Veen, averaging 118. It was only yesterday. Philip Bars was telling me that man cannot score.
Well, do you remember the year that he won the UK Open? When I backed him as well, by the way. I have a little bit of money for that. On a side note, the reason why I backed him was because he improved his scoring up to about 95 to 100, his average, and his scoring power was really big. And that for that time, that was like someone averaging 110. That's how that sort of stuff away. So if he gets back to that level, there's absolutely no reason why he can't go and win more TV titles. Like he's one of 2 players to win a title in 3 different decades, maybe 3 now, alongside MVG didn't win a TV title in 2000. In the 2000s, so yeah, he's the only person to have won the TV title in 3 different decades, alongside Philip Douglas. There's a reason for that.
Bob.
What, in the PDC?
Well, not in the PDC.
No.
But Bob Anderson won titles in 3 different decades. Weighed up to 4-0 now, averaging 109. Impressive from Steve Lennon so far, averaging 111, 2-1 up on Brendan Dolan. Stephen Bunting, 14 dart leg to open against Callum Ridge. Andy Bolton leads Ian White. Richie Burnett, 2-0 up on Kim Hybrex. Are we concerned about Team Belgium yet for this week?
Yes.
Van Barneveld leads Robert Grundy 2-0. Weren't they on the same board yesterday?
I'm pretty sure they were, yeah. Pretty sure they were. Pete says, would love to know the backstory regarding Jar and Barney, unless it's too personal. No, it's not personal at all. I just personally, I was very sad to see him go in 2019. He hit that game with him and Philip Douglas got me into darts. There's no doubt about that. And I've said that many times. The biggest issue I had was the fact that had he not had COVID not hit, and he didn't have something else to pay for, that he wouldn't have come back, or because he would have happily gone on the exhibition circuit. We saw it in the year in 2019 when he didn't go to Euro Tours and Pro Tours and all the rest of it. He did just enough to qualify for the World Championship and didn't go to anything else, tried to be involved in anything else. He would have absolutely got money, probably from MODUS, paying for him and Phil Taylor to play, and he would have done, because that would have been the exhibition circuit sold for the next year until COVID hit. So it's not that he cared about coming back. There was 2 reasons. It was purely financial, and I still don't think he really, really wants to be on tour. You know, a lot. But then again, though, God, that's not me having a big of a dig at him. That's just saying, like, a lot of players at the moment are earning a lot of dough outside of the Pro Tours on exhibition circuits, because the exhibition circuit right now is extremely lucrative. You see what happens in Germany, Euro Tours.
Yeah, the galas that they've got over there are absolutely crazy at the minute. It was just, we just bullied you about it. Look, but when we used to do on the hockey rather than, it was a flip. I had a real issue with Barney in his last couple of years. He was taking the fans for a bit of a ride. You were incredibly sad to see him go, but he got me involved in darts and he got me as a fan, as a boy, and I was like, don't care, etc. And then when he came back, I was just like, look, do I question why he's back? Yes. Do I think you have to just give him the benefit of the doubt to see what he does with this return? Yeah. And that's sort of where we are. Look, I hate. It's become all too common these days to retire and then unretire.
Yeah.
Too much money now for our quest for, I don't even know what the word is. Nostalgia. Yeah.
I think, to be fair though, right, and you speak about nostalgia there. I do think though that the Seniors Tour is starting to really put that. I don't want to say put it to the test, but I still think that the Seniors Tour now has that sort of gravitas now, and you can start to see that as the tournaments keep developing and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to guess the plan will be to continue in the same way the snooker is, because the World Senior Snooker Championship still gets huge numbers at the moment for what it could do on the BBC and everything like that, and I'm sure that it's going to continue to grow in darts as well.
Well, the World Snooker, I was there this year, and one of the sessions was the best attended session it's ever had at the Crucible. So that continues to grow. They're establishing, you think that there's less and less invitations to that as an event now. Long term, you have to hope that darts will come up with something similar. Derek Coulson, he's one of the stars of the World Seniors Darts Tour right now, or in my opinion, he's playing some fantastic darts. Made final on Saturday, losing to Jim Long at the weekend. Semi-finalist in Reading a few weeks ago in the Masters qualifier. Keep playing the way you are, Derek. One of them titles are going to fall into your hands very, very soon.
Just going through some updates, some key games going on, and then in the race for the match play. Obviously, Brendan Dolan 3-2 down currently right now, up against Steve Lennon. So the Irish man. He's doing his Irish compatriot a favour against the Northern Irish, because they've never had any problems at all there between those two countries. Never at all.
Yeah, never. Elsewhere, Danny Lowby back to 3-2. James Wade back to 4-2 from 4-0 up against Gian Van Veen. Chris Dobie just got another leg back against Ricky Evans, but he trails 5-2. He could be the first player to depart today. Steve Beaton currently averaging 100, 4-2 up on Stefan Belmont, one of the two that will compete for Team Switzerland this week. Manos Razma trails 3-2 to Ted Evans. Gary Anderson, yesterday's Beaton finalist, producing one of the best shots I've ever seen in my life as well, by the way. 3 balls, went on 162. Leads Lucas Veinig 4-2. Monty Decker 3 apiece for Boris Kirchmar.
Yeah, I was going to say that game for Steve Beaton's huge as well, because he's not at ET10, is he? So that is his last opportunity.
Yes.
To get in the match play qualification spots.
Curious to see how many of these double up. So I've not actually checked the streaming boards, but let's have a look, because we could well be. Robert Grundy was on a streaming board yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was on the same board as Barney. Now I get that's part of the draw, but then players moving up or down one seed put them in the same position with this current system. Chisnall wasn't streamed yesterday. Ricky Evans is your first winner of the day, a 6-2 victory over Chris Dobie. Tony Martinez was streamed yesterday. He's on the same board as Kim Hybrex, Richie Burnett. Michael Smith was streamed later on, I think. Unless he's moved up seed and doubled up. Was he one of them? I cannot remember. Wade's not being streamed right now. Ian White Bolton isn't. Gary, no. Whitlock 5-1 up on Roy van der Grint. Big day needed for him. One of the him and Willie O'Connor, the two players just outside that order of merit. On the same board as Keegan Brown, Christoph Kachuk, Josh Rock, Richard Veenstra, Vincent van der Voort, Jurgen van der Velter. Who else is being streamed right now? Barney Grundy on the same board as Peter Wright and Jared Cole. That was a streaming board yesterday. Did both of them move up, or have they doubled up the number, the seed number that these guys are playing on?
Not quite sure, mate. It's the God's honest truth. Just want to say very, very quickly, Ian White could be about to depart 5-1 to Andy Bolton, and that would mean a second straight year, and he doesn't qualify for the match play after 10 years of being there, which is a massive fall from grace for Ian White. I'm not quite sure how he's still the 29th seed on the Pro Tour, if you want me to be brutally honest. Or 35th normally, obviously. Appreciate some players have gone. But I'm not quite sure how he's still there.
John says they use the even number for the seeding board. I thought that streaming board on the first day of a Pro Tour event was the odd number, 1, 3, 5, and 7. And on the Sunday or the day 2, it was 2, 4, 6, and 8.
Simon Whitlock, 6-1 winner over... who was he was playing? Roy van der Grint. So that keeps his hopes alive for the match play. He moves on to 35,750 quid, and actually moves into 17th spot as things stand. Obviously, William O'Connor still to finish off his game when he's playing against Danny Lowby, as you can see on your screen. Rabi John Rodriguez beats Jermaine Watamina as well. 6-4. I think that might end Jermaine Watamina's chances as well. It does. Jermaine Watamina will not be at Blackpool. He is gone. Steve Beaton winning 6-2 against Stefan Belmont. He overtakes Raymond van Barneveld by 250 quid as things stand. Barney, of course, is 4-2 up on Robert Grundy, so could jump his spot back. But obviously, though, Gob, those huge moments for the pair of them, every time they increase their gap and every time they increase their money, it means everybody else has got to win at least one more game.
Yeah, we're wanting them to be stopped pretty soon.
Ricardo Petrescu as well, by the way, having a great run at the moment in the match, trying to get something in the race for the match play. 33,250 quid. He's not out of it yet.
I'm just having a look on Twitter now. I'm sure Dan Dawson was talking about Petrescu at the Euro Tour.
Well, I mean, he made a quarter-final, didn't he? In the second one of the year, he's already made a second. He's already made a third round, I think, as well earlier in the season. He's just been consistent. That's probably the best way to pop it. He's just been very consistent and just gathering money.
So Dawson put a list or his own numbers up. Who was near where? Eagle Eye JJ points out Petrescu is in ET10 as well. It's the second highest ranked Hives Nation player. So you can stick first round money on his total as well, and all of a sudden he's in a much stronger position. You can't yet because he only gets ranking money when he wins his first game there. So Petrescu is in round one action.
Right. So if he does win, then obviously that's an extra 1,250 quid.
Yeah.
So then
all those that are there already have ET10 money added on. Petrescu does. He has to win that game for that money to count to his rankings, much like a seeded player in round two.
Other results, just to keep you all up to date. James Wade does beat Gian Van Veen 6-3. Andy Bolton, as you said, beats Ian White 6-2. And Daryl Gurney just averaged 102.21 and a 6-1 victory over Mike Koivenhoven. So he's going back to Blackpool, it would seem. And you mentioned it earlier, Gob. Kim Huybrechts still in a bit of trouble. And like you say, I would not like to pick Team Belgium as my dark horse going into the World Cup.
They've always been that one. Everyone's just waiting for them to go and win it. But the form of Dimitri since September, October last year, I thought he was one of the players that was perhaps more fortunate to be included in the Premier League. And you see glimpses of Kim, but I'm still not sure. Look, when they put that Belgium shirt on, they are completely different. They've got a really good relationship. Dimmy, despite being much higher ranked, will still refer to him as Captain Kim or whatever else. Like, they do have that. They're under the same management stable for a long, long time. In the early part of Dimitri's career, they've done a lot for each other in that regard. But I'm just not convinced by them right now in terms of form individually, and we'll see how that plays out. Gary Anderson is a 6-3 winner over Lucas Weinig, averaging 97 in that one. Kim just survived, well, not match darts, but he just got one back against Richie Bennett, by the way, 5-3.
Big game developing on board number 15, which is MODUS wrestling against Ted Evans 4-4. And MODUS needs to win this game because, as we said before, he's not at EC10. So this is his last opportunity to try and get in the squad for the match play. But big result there, Gob. 6-4. William O'Connor beating Danny Lauby. Keeping
another one massive. For the race of the match, he was 4-3 down on that as well. So that's 3 straight legs for Lauby.
I think we better go to MODUS against Ted if you want me to be honest, unless you want to go to Brendan Dolan against Steve Lennon, because that game's massive in the race for the match play as well. 16th spot currently Dolan has.
Let's have a look at MODUS.
There you go, Richie Burnett as well. 6-3 winner.
Kim Huybrechts is done. Not so much in the race for the match play, although he's 15th.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's in yet. He is going to ET10. He might have to win a couple of games just to make sure.
As is Brendan Dolan. However, if Dolan was to make round 4 today, so get beyond the board final, he would jump above Kim Huybrechts, and that would put Huybrechts on the cusp.
And also moving on to the magical mark, which I think is going to be enough. I'm not like a Burton DeWitt in terms of being able to predict that sort of stuff, but I think 40 grand will get you in. I really do.
Where are we looking? Brendan Dolan is currently on board number 8.
I've got the game open right now. He's 5-4 up with a break of throw, and he's just gone back-to-back tons to start with Steve Lennon has just hit a 1 of 40 and a ton. So 301 plays 261 in that game. MODUS needs to take this 89 out, really. Oh, bore off, Brendan. You know why? The true darting holy grail is the 5-ton leg. That's the true darting holy grail.
Yeah, it is. Big result, match play race again. Ricardo Petresco, a 6-3 winner over Owen Bates. As I was just saying, Dolan needs to make the 4th round to jump above Kim Hybrex and put the Hurricane on the bubble.
Well, Brendan Dolan
on his board, Daniel Closer, Matt Campbell, Andrew Gilden is the other seeded player, Ross Montgomery, Ryan Meikle, George Killington.
Brendan Dolan wants 65 for the match. He's just hit a 140 to leave 65 after 12. Steve Lennon had a shot at 161, but only could hit 81. Brendan Dolan, I imagine, will go 25 tops for this. And he takes it out in 3 darts. Big result that. Brendan Dolan now then moves on to 37,750 quid. He's 2 grand clear of Simon Whitlock. And he is still, basically, we were back where we started. William O'Connor is now in 17th, and he's £1,500 behind Brendan Dolan.
Yeah, Jim Williams, 21st on this race.
Can you zoom out? Can't read it. What do you mean, Danny? Sorry, pal. Where's my Manchester City shirt today? In the bin, where it deserves to be. 115 charges says it all.
Get them asterisks out.
I have got many of them out. It's not a problem. Oh, yeah. 143 for 9, is it? Not the Will Rhodes.
Ian White, Jermaine Watermain have both also fallen so far. Everybody else will have to go and do something pretty special today, as well as a run at the upcoming Euro Tour event.
Mike Decker's just beaten Boris Kuchma 6-3 as well. I don't think Mike Decker's too far behind, is he? Oh no, he's he's well safe. Sorry, I knew I'd seen his name somewhere. Yeah,
maybe he's final on the Pro Tour this year. I'd be very surprised if he's not.
Well, to be fair though, you don't. Matthew says, do you know why the cut-off for the match play is July the 9th, with the 2 players championship on the 10th or 11th? Simple reason, I think, is because they just wanted to have a cut-off then. I suspect what you'll get is you'll get the draw out on Monday. But they had this a few years ago back in 2019. I mentioned this yesterday in the comments that they had a couple of Pro Tours. Then they had the Euro Tour in Prague, which Jamie Hughes won, and that got him into the match play. And then from there, it was then they had 2 players' championships after that, didn't they? When Peter Wright won them both. I remember talking about this in a pub in Nottingham, actually, with you.
Yeah, lovely. Down by the river. I wish I was there today. Down by the river, a few starters.
Viva on the Ocky. We'll never die.
Not if you keep using the same intro music on your new T20 Blast Pod. I saw that.
It's got to be a bit of a trait. Got to be a bit of a shout out to where we came from, Gob.
What was that old saying? Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Correct. Stephen Budsey beats Callum Ridd 6-4, bunting onto 49,750 quid. He is absolutely fine. I genuinely believe there's only 2 spaces left in this race for the match play. I genuinely believe that. Hello, Laura.
Euro Tour is worth £6,000.
Pardon, sorry?
I'm just looking at prize money for the Euro Tour. That's the big thing. If these were Pro Tours to finish, then the chance of somebody from outside making a big jump, I think, is slimmer. But a quarter final on the Euro Tour is £6,000.
I know, but there's only 8 people that can get there, and if the big boys are playing, then it's going to be very difficult. And they will do. Pardon?
Are the big boys playing? We might see some withdrawals. We might see some struggle. Heat at the moment. You think what happened in Prague a few years ago when Jamie Hughes lifted the title. They've also got World Series commitments to consider. They're in Poland next weekend, actually, I think.
That weekend following, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Elaine, why is everyone so against Adam Smith-Neil? I see a lot of hate for him, and I don't know why. Just don't put a Blade 4 in front of him. That's all I need to say on that one, I think.
Yes.
Is Gary Price playing today? No, he's not. He decided to have a couple of days off. Totally understand that. Oh no, he's playing today, isn't he? No, sorry, I'm thinking of MVG. Yeah, no, I think Gezi is playing actually. Didn't see him on the board.
Yeah, board 15. He's on the same board as MODUS Rasma, who wants double 3 to stay alive in the match play race.
He does. Huge coming up. Yes, Jan. That's a more unpolitically way of saying it, but
where's he going? Ruben Rodriguez is leaving county.
Is he?
Yeah, big loss.
That's a huge one. He was the one who scored the equaliser, wasn't he, in extra time?
Class.
Ted Everts takes it out, and MODUS Rasma is gone. That's him for the match play. Done, muck, done.
It is. Are there any more match play race games going on? Is Matt Campbell in that conversation?
He's on 29,000. And I suppose he's just about, because he's got a Euro Tour. He's probably the person to pick next, I think.
We'll go with that one.
Yeah, why not? I don't think there's anybody else that's completely in that race.
At least until we see Sir Ian Perez playing, and then we might have to put him on again.
That is one of the more random experiences that I've ever seen on an online dart stream over the years.
An influx of Filipino fans supporting Christian Perez on his Pro Tour debut.
Dan's absolutely bob on, by the way. Didn't shove against Bradley Brooks is a ridiculous game. I'm following it right now.
Yesterday, the Dev Tour players struggled. A lot of them fell in the first round. Now, 2 of them playing against each other and producing barrage.
I'm guessing this is because obviously they've been so knackered from the weekend just gone, I'd have thought.
Robbie Knopscher is very interesting, yeah. In fact, that entire streaming board 2, that entire combination is fantastic. Evil Charlie against Robbie Knops.
Are you going to be doing
Have a look at that if you have PDC TV.
I forgot to say, because obviously you've got the match play, seniors match play next weekend, isn't it?
Masters the weekend after.
Masters, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, that's why you're missing the Washes test, isn't it?
Yes.
So are you going? Who's doing the women's series? Anyone going to do the women's series?
No idea.
All right, fair. Race to the match play, is it?
Standard.
It'll probably be Barzi, won't it, actually? Because there's no other darts going on that weekend. Apart from maybe...
He'll be in Yeovil with us.
Oh, shit. Yeah, good point.
Me, Phil, and Lee will be in.
Ooh, the trio.
Well, constant, innit?
Yeovil's a bloody trek, isn't it? Where's that? Is it near... is that like sort of Norwich way, or the other side of the country?
Norwich, Somerset, mate.
Oh, is it? Oh, basically a minor trek then.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Who's going to the UK Open next year?
50 minutes south of Bristol.
Who's going to the UK Open next year? Us.
Yes.
My favourite comment I think that I've ever heard from you for a long time was, don't expect any content, by the way, for the next UK Open from Online Darts because we're all just on the piss.
Honestly, Derek, I haven't been yet. Everyone else has been and sent some decent reports. Stage looks okay. The tiered seating at the back is just straight back. It's not down the sides. It looks right. Looks really nice.
Jules Van Dongen against Darius Labanauskas as well. Wouldn't mind seeing that a little bit later on in the week as part of a pairs game. I never actually hadn't had a chance to talk to you properly about this, because I imagine you are extremely happy right now with the fact that it's finally gone to pairs.
I am. And then last night, the more and more you look into some of the things that follow it, the more and more I'm a little bit just meh.
Oh, really?
All pairs, fine. Group stage, love it. The way they're deciding that is basically going to boil down to averages. Not a fan of.
Wednesday, by the way, is currently leading Danny Van Tripp 5-1.
And the amount of protection the top 4 seeds have. Don't have to play in the group stage, and then are the only 4 teams that are going to be in bracket order for the draw that follows. Just think it's, and it's with a particular reference to Australia. I just think it's a little bit unjust that they are defending champions. Their individual ranking of Simon Whitlock basically hampers them against Gary Anderson's ranking.
Well, I'm not being funny, but the best one in the world do better, you know?
Yeah, but this is a pair sort of like, if you're going to move to all pairs, even if it's from now, I think seedings or rankings should be based off a nation's success in that one tournament, not off the current order of merit, based off individual players representing it.
I sort of get it. I sort of don't. I think that if you're going to do it next year, maybe put the semi-finalists next year automatically get through to the group stage next year. I don't know. You know, second round next year. I don't really know. That might be the best way of doing it. But Martijn Kleermaker does get the job done against Danny Van Tripp 6-1. Lane Jesper's got Martin Lukeman on board 14. So it won't be the next game, but the game afterwards, I think. That's a nice pairing, by the way. I wouldn't mind having a little bit of chimp money on Canada this year.
Until they both played very poorly yesterday.
No, I'd still have a little bit of chimp money on them, like a specky lunch money play. I think.
Yeah, I mean Ireland are 80-1.
I sort of get that though. Is it O'Connor and Barry, or is it O'Connor and Lennon?
Yeah, O'Connor and Barry.
I sort of get that. I mean, Keane hasn't really kicked on from where we saw him getting to that point last year. Big Willie style. Again, he just hasn't kicked on in the way that we expected him to. You know, he's made a couple of quarterfinals. I mean, Barry made a UK Open semi-final last year, and he hasn't really kicked on to do much since. So, you know, Adam Smith-Neil beating Josh Payne 6-3.
Yeah, I had a sneaky shout for Germany to make the final last night out of nowhere. When we did the live lounge, it's like, who's the finalist? I think Wales are clear favourites for the tournament, if I'm being completely honest.
6-5. No, I'm not sure. I'm still not sure. 6-5 seems far too short for me.
As a bookie, yeah. As a fan looking at it, I don't see past them.
I still think England have got half a decent shout at it. They've got the bloody world champion, for Christ's sake.
They do. And they run into Scotland as their other team in the top 4 where they're protected in the draw.
Yeah, but hang on though. With Scotland as it is at the moment, do you think they're going to get to the semi-final? Because I don't.
depends which Peter Wright turns up. I'm more than happy to sit here and back Gary Anderson at the minute, which in September last year seemed incomprehensible. But
I personally like. I really like the look of the Philippines this year. Like, I'm not just saying this to appease our friends in the Philippines. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, we saw Matt Campbell there. That was good. Yeah. Look, I'm not just saying this to appease our friends in the Philippines. I you know me, mate. Lawrence Alagan is one of my all-time favorite players. I absolutely love watching him.
Can I point out how easy it is to miss when it's on screen, by the way? Because if Lee hadn't put that in the chat room, you would have missed the 9-dart attempt if Matt Campbell would have taken it out after giving me abuse for it yesterday.
Because I'm looking at something else. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
I tell you what, though. I mean, you know me as well, though, pal. I'll always shout "Allez le bleu" at any chance I will get. So, "Allez le bleu."
I mean, I hate them in every other sport, but yeah, in darts, I'm more than happy to sit here and back Timo. And oh my God, Campbell's lost a leg.
That's a shot from Daniel Klosser. But yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, right? They're going to win they're probably going to win the Men's Rugby World Cup in September and October this year. They're probably going to they reached the World Cup final and only lost on penalty in the Football World Cup final. They lost on penalties. They've got the Olympics coming up in Paris. It's not a bad time to be a French sports fan. They can lose the Darts World Cup. It's fine.
Yeah.
Where are we looking then? Still Bradley Brooks and Dylan Schlevin playing an absolutely ridiculous game. 4-4. Brooks averaging 103. Dylan Schlevin averaging 101. Scott Mitchell leading 4-2 over Connor Scott, who of course made the semi-final yesterday.
Sedlacek and Knott to a piece still 4 each between Brooks and Slevin, both still over the 100 mark. Slevin 101 average. Bradley Brooks 103. Scott Waits 4 up on Tony Martinez. You just said that one, didn't you? Gert Nenches beats Kevin Benes 6-2. Still not going the right way for Ironman.
Here's one for you, actually. You were just talking there about the game between Brooks and Schlevin. And this is a point that I've been looking at, obviously, for the Dev Tour this year. Obviously, Luke Little has been doing exactly what he's been doing. But I want to touch on a man who's been allowed back in. I was going to say welcome back in. That's probably not the right word. Obviously, Jem Van Veen at top with Luke Little second, but Wessel Nijman is third now. What are your thoughts on this? Because I personally think there was no. I know some people have been moaning about it on Twitter, but I do think that in his instance, he should be allowed back into the sport.
His ban is up. Like, there isn't anything else. It's not a career ban. It's not a lifelong ban from DRA sanctioned events. That's who put the ban in place. They are the governing body, effectively, of PDC darts, and I think ADC and MODUS and plenty of others will run a DRA rule book and can refer people to the DRA membership if they do anything wrong, etc. So at that point, there's nothing stopping him from coming back. I think there's always going to be that doubt, or there's always going to be people that don't forgive someone who's cheated or done something like match fixing, as Wessel did.
My biggest thing for that, though, is the fact that he was such a young man. Like, he didn't really, in my opinion, like he was so young that he didn't sometimes understand maybe a little bit of what was going on, or maybe he was pressured is probably the right word I'd like to say on that one. And the fact that he cooperated fully with the DRA is a massive step for him. If he'd have done what others have done in the sport that haven't cooperated, then I would have been a bit more reticent towards him.
Yeah.
But
I think that is the case. If it had just been him at the time, I think he might have had a longer ban to serve and there would have been more hesitancy. But the fact there is that comparison with Carl McKinstry at exactly the same time, who was, according to the report, uncooperative and deliberately hid stuff even after he was caught, etc., and got an extended ban, I think that took a little bit of the, not shine off, but it took a little bit of the spotlight off of Wessel.
Yes, I agree with that. Bradley Brooks, though, does get through 6-4 against Dylan Schlevin on board 14. Richie Edhouse has beaten Brian Roman 6-3 as well. Just have a quick look. Just trying to find Martin Schindler. Where is Martin Schindler on this list in the race for the match play? Can't seem to find him. That's because he's second in the rankings. That's because he's second in the second in the rankings, and I was trying to look for him a little bit further down. But yeah, he's second in the rankings, so he's absolutely fine. What shirt is that, Tommy? It is a Lanzarote shirt. Union Deportivo Lanzarote, who play in Arrecife. Saying earlier on that people who went out there for the Super Bowl in February, a couple of mates and me, and they bought me this shirt as a thank you. So it's very, very comfortable. Right, where are we looking? Martin Schindler against Cameron Menzies getting underway. Damon Heta as well is about to take on Owen Roloffs. And Damon Heta is 1-0 to the good. Aaron Monk and Jeffrey DeJavan, 4 apiece. Scott Mitchell's taking a 5-3 lead now over Connor Scott. So yesterday's semi-finals could be out. And Luke Woodhouse is a 6-4 victor over Graham Hall. You mentioned it there, mate, about Luke Woodhouse. Obviously, he'd have to win the day to try and get back into the match play race, but we know that he's capable.
If you're looking for a long shot, I think he is the one now in terms of an A game. Bradley Brooks might be in that conversation as well. If he produces, he's having a much better season than he has done for the last couple of years. I don't see anybody else really striking and then backing it up.
I mean, I think so. Don't you, Gob, that Darren Webster's done?
Yeah.
Done.
I think he had an injury. He gave up work as well, so that changed his focus a little bit. And then some added pressure to perform results-wise, etc. Wouldn't be, don't know for certain, I don't want to speculate massively, but he'd be the sort of player that I'd expect to see on the seniors in a couple of years, maybe, if he wanted to continue playing darts.
Yes. Who do I think will win the match play? Well, you've got another month yet before you have to look at the proper form. MVG, of course, won the match play last year, so he's going to be up there. I can't see you past Gezi. Because at the moment, the thing with Gezi, for me, is that he's putting these results in. He's putting these mega performances in, especially during the Premier League. He was putting those performances in, and then the second time round, he wasn't finding that way to do it. Whereas he's only got to play one game a night and especially over that longer distance with the way that he's currently playing, I think that he is massive. It's going to massively help him. So, yeah, sorry, I appreciate it's not the best thing to say, but I think Gezi.
Strange.
Very. Why has he done that?
Money.
True.
And the president or chairman is a big Liverpool fan.
But he's such an average manager. I'm sorry. Well, no, actually, no. He's not average, but he's not. I mean, to be fair, Lampard's worse than him, but a long chalk. Tell you what, Dan, he could win every TV tournament left this year, and he could go and win the Worlds, and he would still not get picked.
Can't unsee it. You can't unsee it. Plenty of matches nearing a conclusion. Robbie Knox is 1 away against Karol Sedlacek. That's on streaming board 2 for you. Joe Mernon 5 up against Kevin Dukes. Daniel Closer 4-3 up on Matt Campbell. Jeffrey Desvan 5 up on Aaron Monk, who's only averaging 80. It's a disappointing day yesterday for Aaron Monk as well. Not been his weekend so far, especially if he cannot turn this around. Scott Waits 5-4 up on Tony Martinez. Martinez getting a leg 9 there. Waits missing match starts, it would seem. And Scott Mitchell still leads Connor Scott 5-4. Timo Tricol warming up against Christopher Tysky. Dave Chisnell, Scott Williams about to get underway. Dimitri Vandenberg and Nick Kenny also, as well as Jose de Souza and Christian Perez. That might start around the right time to see Campbell and Closer finished.
The thoughts of the Manchester City trouble, Tommy. I said it earlier on this afternoon. Get the asterisks out. $115 charges. Scott Mitchell does beat Connor Scott 6-4. So that is a huge, huge moment. Yesterday's semi-final is gone. Ross Smith and Jamie Hughes getting up underway, as we mentioned there. Ross Smith is one of those that seems to have fallen down a little bit there. A little bit recently. Which manager are we talking about? Talking about Gerrard. He's gone off to the Saudi League. Mbappe, I think he'll stay at PSG and get a massively increased deal.
Again, they fell for that last time, mate. He's gone to Madrid next summer.
Not the next summer. He's going this. They're not letting him go as a. They're not letting him go as a freebie. Tommy, you can't say that.
Choice, mate.
Pardon?
They might have a choice if he opts to run it down.
You can't say the Saudi League will never be big. You don't know that. The amount of money that they've got, if they want to, they will make it big.
Scott Waits defeats Tony Martinez 6-4. Josh Rock's underway, drops the opening leg to Jurgen van der Velde. Ross Smith underway against Jamie Hughes. That absence, that first round loss yesterday to Connor Scott for Ross basically rules out, put James Wade in the match play, didn't it? Who would have dropped to 17th on the main order of merit, but on the Pro Tour order of merit was relatively okay. Decent run to the at least 4th round yesterday, I think it was for Wade.
Yeah.
Or losing to Michael Smith, so he's out of the match play now, I'd say.
The biggest issue, I gotta say about this about Josh Rock, right? Obviously, is that do you think that he can continue with the way that he was going this towards the back end of last year? Because it seems to me that he's dropped off a little bit over the last few months or so.
I think second season syndrome might be hitting that little bit. People are more aware of Josh, less fearful of Josh. But it's still a fantastic talent, and it's incredibly that first year, everything's new, everything's a buzz to you. You want to perform at absolutely everything. This second year now, ranking keeps moving up because everything's still an addition this year.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be in most of the TV events, seeded now. That comes with its own pressure. We'll have to wait and see. The back end of the year is the big one for Josh because he will be in the TV events this year. So it's what does he do there?
I mean, I appreciate as well. Obviously, he obviously made a final earlier on this year in the Euro Tour, and he's made a semi-final as well. But he hasn't won one yet, has he? This year, I think he won 28 last year, if I remember correctly. But he hasn't won one yet this year, and with all the exposure, and then obviously that denying data against Van Gerwen at the Grand Slam, and then the World's run against Clayton and everything like that. The pressure for a young kid is tremendous, and it's huge for them, especially at that age. And you always talk about too much too soon, very often on this show, and also to me privately. This is one of those real big things. Same with Luke Littler, to be fair, because he will eventually be the big name in darts, Luke Littler, because he's too good not to be.
I think he will be. I mentioned it yesterday, though. We were looking at the development tour and the results, and the amount of players are looking at going, it's brilliant to see him playing well because he's had dartitis. It's brilliant to see him playing well because he's struggled with his action. It's brilliant to see him playing well because he's struggled with his action. There's a lot of pressure on kids these days, and I'm not sure I'm a fan of it at all.
Well, the big seeds are underway. Yella Clarkson taking on Rob Cross. Scott Williams taking on 9-dart hero yesterday, Dave Chisnell. Gabriel Clements is underway against Mario van den Bogard. Jose de Sousa is going up against Serene Perez. Good afternoon, Mace. Hope you're all right, mate.
There is that point to make as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Serene Perez is currently underway against Jose de Sousa and Alain Le Bleu. Viva Thibaut. Always.
Remember how Josh was struggling at 1-0 down?
Yeah.
Gone 13-11 since 2-1 up.
Worse.
Averaging 110 through 3 legs. $13 to open for Nick Kenny against Dimitri van den Berg. I really, really am a little bit fearful for the Belgians this week, you know.
I don't think they won't get out the group, by the way. I think they've got a nice enough group, Belgium, Finland and China.
Do you know what? Zong is a talent. Zong is an absolute talent.
Yes, I agree with that.
And that was where Liam, Phil were both going last night. I think the Finns will just be steady.
And to be fair, over that short, actually, to be fair, thinking about it, over that short distance, 7 legs only. You can't say that at the moment, Davis, for me, about the top 4 players in 10 years' time, because the next Phil Taylor or the next Van Gerwen could come through the World Youth Championship, and we don't know about them. But if you're talking about players that we know right now, Rock, Littler, Bo, and probably still Van Gerwen. He's still going to be there.
So Finland lost 5-3 to Austria in the first round last year, which was all pairs.
Yeah.
With Kantele and Aki Parvilainen as their pair. I think Parvilainen is a better player as a partner.
Mm-hmm.
The Belgians' first round last year, they averaged 91 in a 5-2 win over Japan. Then won singles, lost 4-0 to the Australians in the pairs.
I mean, I like the World Cup format now. Yeah, Tom. I mean, the singles element of it was just so dull. Funny.
They averaged 87 in that pairs. They lost to Whitlock and Heta. Admittedly, they averaged 109 in that pairs.
Closer missing darts to win the game. Matt Campbell with an opportunity here. Must win, really, for Matt Campbell. And he does take it out against Daniel Klosser. So his match play dreams are still alive, just. But there's only one place that we've got to go, I think, mate.
Go on.
Serene Perez, our friends in the Philippines. Lethani says, I'm an Aussie planning a holiday to the UK next year. What month do you guys think would be the best month to visit so I have lots of options to see some darts? Depends, really.
None of them. They're all fucking freezing when the darts is on.
Yeah. I mean, October, I guess. Maybe. World Grand Prix, October, November. Maybe November, Grand Slam and Players' Champs. If you want it, if you fancy.
Goes back to Ireland, though, because that's an extra cost for next year.
Well, Grand Slam and maybe November then, the Grand Slam and the Players. if you fancy a freezing cold 3 days in Minehead in November.
I'll tell you when it is. It's February.
Actually, that's not a bad shout.
It is February because you can come over. You can see the UK Open in Minehead.
In March,
You
that
can
is.
go.
Carry on.
Well, the World Seniors World Championships. You can see Phil Taylor play in February, and the start of the Premier League, which travels around. So you could see some more cities and do a couple of Thursday nights.
That's not a bad shout, Mr. Garwood. Actually, you've done that. You spot on there. Yeah, you'd have to book now. I mean, it's amazing, by the way, what's happened at Minehead. You have currently, I looked on the other day, you have one room and one apartment left for the players in November, and it is totally sold out for March next year, which is just ridiculous.
Maybe do the year after.
Yeah, maybe do 2025 UK Open. Who's favourite to win the World Cup?
Do we think Gary Anderson has had a conversation with his teammate Peter Wright?
Why? Has he got new darts?
He's playing with the gold elements today.
Is he?
Yes.
I think he's saying to him, please throw the darts, the ones that you averaged 105 with to win the world match play, and when you both of your world titles, mate.
I mean, he's thrown 24 darts and not won the opening leg here in his match against Jared Cole. But yes.
Michael Smith, steady start for him as well. 2-0 averaging 107 against the Jimi Hendrix Experience.
Not bad, not bad. 25 dart leg on double one comes to an end thanks to Peter Wright.
Solid. Have we seen Barry Keane yet? I don't think he's played yet, has he?
I don't think so.
By the way, just to let you know, we haven't forced a follow-on against you. Unsurprisingly.
We're still fourth, to be fair. When you were like, oh, enjoy Div 2 next year.
You have to remember, I don't care.
I think we'll be all right because it's a bit like Everton staying up this year. There are teams worse than us.
Middlesex by a long chalk.
They're crap at everything.
It's just crap. No, he's not going to Manchester United, Malachi, unless the Qataris maybe buy the club, which they're not going to do. So,
isn't he trying to get away from the Qataris in Paris as it is?
Funny, isn't it?
They might sell. Yeah, they might sell to themselves.
Viva blood money and FFP financial regulations.
Yeah. No further comment, Your Honour. DeSales eludes Christian Perez 2-1. Marcus Smith still 2-0. Martin Schindler a 6-4 win over Cameron Mendes. Looks a good game, that. I feel like that's the first time we've mentioned it. I feel like it's the first time we've mentioned Damon Heta, who's just leveled up at 5 apiece with Owen Rolos. Talking of level, Christoph Ratajski 2, Thibaut Tricot 2, Dimitri van den Berg 2, Nick Kenny 2, Josh Rock 3, Jurgen van der Velde 3, Jared Cole 1, Peter Wright 1. Lots of games level.
I'm just watching what's going on the MODUS Super Series. Barry Van Peer 3-2 up over Fallon Sherrick.
Huge game. Fallon was 3 from 3 so far this morning.
She was. Just trying to see if I can find the table anywhere. See what game that means.
Barry has 1.
Pardon?
Barry wins 4-2.
Has he?
Yeah.
Let's see. How far behind on the stream are they?
30 seconds.
And miles behind on the YouTube stream.
Fallon was top. Jim Long is now top. 12 points with a better leg difference. Fallon's second, 12 points. Barry Van Peer on 10. Joey Tenberg 8. John Brown 6. Ron Moulenkamp is currently bottom of the group on 6 points.
Wouldn't have guessed that.
Leg difference.
Would not guess that.
Worse than John Brown. Still plenty to play for though. Another day and a bit. another game left for everybody today. Fallon's will be against Jim Long, so that'll be a table topper battle, and it's the last game of the day. So Vampire will play again to put himself on 12 points. Then Fallon versus Jim Long will close out the session.
Sheesh. I forgot to ask. Yeah, we didn't do that at the start of the day. Who's winning it all this afternoon?
Rob Cross.
Nah, do you know what? Sorry, I'll go Gezzy, just because why not?
I went Gezzy yesterday.
Fair. He's playing Mickey Mansell though.
Many of the big dogs missing this Pro Tour. Quite a few, Joe. There's no Van Gerwen. There's no Johnny Clayton, no Joe Cullen, no Luke Humphreys.
That's an interesting one from Luke, though, because obviously he's not playing the World Cup, so I thought he would have had maybe wanted to play these two and then maybe have the weekend and then have maybe 2 weeks off.
It's just opted for a longer break as it is. Damon Hatter, a 6-5 winner against Owen Roloffs, averaging 100. Roloffs averaging 101, falling to the Australian World Cup captain. See, someone said James Wade yesterday. I wasn't convinced, but then he made the 4th round, lost to Michael Smith. Derek Van Dyven made a 3-0 on Luke Peters, averaging 92. His knee seems to be in a much better place. Josh Rock, 9 data. Are you kidding me?
No.
No, he's at one. Last week.
Yeah, 167 average. Yeah, brilliant. Of course he has.
And then he opens a leg after 46.
Strong.
Another with James. Am I missing something with James Wade? I love James. I'm one of his biggest supporters here.
Sorry, checks notes. You're his only supporter.
But I mean, really, putting him in title contention, he's not done a lot this year.
When was the last time he won?
Now trails 5-4.
When was the last time he even won a Pro Tour? So I can't remember. Was it at the end of last year? And he beaten in the last PC 30? Tebow, you were ahead, man. Why are you behind?
He won 12 Grand Players Championship 30 November.
Yes, that means he won then. Sorry, I was just saying you're not his only fan. Sorry, there is also Carol, who was cheering on Wadey up in Blackpool a couple of years back.
Yeah. Where's this Wade changing his walk-on song come from as well?
Can't do that. Not without Sky saying. Don't call it a comeback. Okay, Clemens 3-3 with Mario van den Boogaard. So Michael Smith, who won yesterday, of course, the world champion, looks like he is in form of trying to go back-to-back on the Pro Tour. 4-1 leader over Jimi Hendrix early on. The UK Open champion, Andrew Gilding, 2-0 up on Ross Montgomery. Danny Noppert leading 5-4 against Nathan Rafferty. As you can see on our stream, by the way, unfortunately, by the way, Jose's not gone. Jose just missed tops, hasn't he, for a 160 there? Yes, Phil Bars does love James Wade, and James Wade loves Phil Bars as well. Chris, absolutely. Favourite players, favourite people. Share the same room with them. Sorry for our fans from the Philippines, unfortunately. Because Ian Perez is not having the best of days. Trotsky a double breaker throw against Tebow, not going the way that I wanted, unfortunately. might have to switch to Cole against Peter Wright at this rate because Gerald Cole 3-2 up on.
It was 2-1 down.
Yeah. And it looks like, yes, Dan's absolutely bob on. It does look like Snakebite might have switched his darts because, of course, he has. Right then, what games do we need to be focusing on in the race for the match play next time round? Games between Brendan Dolan, William O'Connor, Simon Whitlock, and Ricardo Petrescu are the next ones. So Ricardo Petrescu would move on to 35,250 quid if because he gets, but he doesn't get money, does he? Until his first
bang results, by the way. That was a win for Josh Rock, a win for Danny Noppert, and a win for Ross Smith. 6-2 over Jamie Hughes for Ross Smith, 6-5 over Van der Velter for Josh Rock, and 6-4 for Danny Noppert over Nathan Rafferty. I didn't even see the change in right. Jose de Souza does defeat Christian Perez 6-1. That's it for Perez for today. Let's see if we can bring a change of fortunes to our friend John O'Shea whilst we wait for some more match play race matches.
I think we better go quickly, though. First of all, I think we better go to Board 11. Oh, no, it's a stream game. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, just take your tab away slightly. That's it. I'm just going to say very, very quickly. So, if Ricardo Petrescu wins his first round game in Trier, he would get an extra $2,500 on his ranking. So that means currently, if we go off that basis, he is now £36,500. He is the effective 17th in that race for the match play. That could be quite interesting if he gets to 17th today. And it's $2,500 away from both Peter Wright, between Brendan Dolan and Kim Hybrex, because he'll be winning in for him.
Yes, indeed.
There was a result there. Yeah, Michael Smith had just beaten Jimi Hendrix 6-1. The world champ is through. I think I saw another one. Ross Smith, 6-2 winner over Jamie Hughes. Devon Divenboder's just beaten Luke Peters 6-1. Tebow starting to maybe try and push and try and get back into the game. But Krzysztof Ratajski has just responded by going 6 perfect. Tebow's gone 140, 140. Krzysztof Ratajski's gone 180, 180. Needs a 1 full 1 for the 9. Tebow's left himself 1-2-1 after 9. What can Krzysztof Ratajski do? He's left himself 41. So hit a ton. I think he must have missed off the first one. So I imagine Tebow's going to look to try and set this up with the ball. You'd think. He's left 1-2-1 on the ball, and he's left himself 25 if he comes back. But Ratajski needs 41 to complete the job. And he has done. He does it in 3. So 12 dart leg to break the throw for Krzysztof Ratajski, and he's through. Jared Cole, 5-2 up now on Peter Snakebite. Right. This is what I was talking to you about, Gob. Scotland in a... Yeah, Martin Shin is well safe for the match play. Shin Diggity will be there. But this is what I was talking to you about, Gob, in terms of Scotland at the World Cup. I'm not exactly sold on their chances.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by how much work Gary's going to have to do to get Peter Wright another World Cup title. Christian Kist is flying, says Mace.
He is 107 average at the moment, although Merv went 9 perfect into the 5-ton leg, but then just hit a 60. Kist has left himself on the fish in that one. Looking at the Peter Wright versus Jared Cole game, this is not great. I was going to say dog mug. But Jared's just missed 3 for the match. Wright's got an opportunity now to try and break the throw. And he does. So we are still in that game. Merv has just got a leg on the board against Christian Kist. So, like I said before, people, I think now, especially as Steve Beaton and Roman Barneveld have moved on to themselves with the 41 grand, I think now that those two are effectively safe. I still think we're playing for 2 spots over the next couple of weeks. Kim Hybrex, who can't add to his tally today because he's already out, 38,750 quid. And Ronan Dolan as well, £37,750 is the cut-off where we are right now. Kim obviously also included because he's also going to be playing in the Euro Tour, but so is William O'Connor, so is Simon Whitlock, and so is Ricardo Petrescu. 5 people, 2 spots. Rob Cross gets through 6-5 against Yannick Klaassen.
Yeah, if I'm Kim Hybrex, I've got a nervous wait for the rest of the day, looking over my shoulder, hoping that Kim Hybrex, hoping that Brendan Dolan falls within the next 2 rounds.
And there's Barry Keane, who's also trying to stay alive in the race for the match play. He's getting underway in his matchup there against Jeffrey Sparadans. As Mario van den Boogaard beats Gabriel Clement 6-4. Big shock as we head into Thursday and Friday. Snakey's just hit himself 1-2 line, 9 to leave tops, but Jared Cole is back, 4 tops. Will he be going loco in Acapulco? Yes, he will. Jared Cole knocks out Peter Wright, the former Mad Global champion. Knocks out the 2-time PDC champion of the world.
A late call-up today as well. He was hopeful that he might get one yesterday. Was 5th on the reserve list. Didn't fall that far, but a withdrawal from Pascal Ruprecht.
Big result there. Both Belgians saying bye-bye early on. Dimitri van den Berg gone 6-5 to Nick Kenny.
Why didn't I put 2 and 2 together?
What?
No, I told you earlier how Ruben Rodriguez has left Notts County.
Yeah.
My brother just messaged me going, "You'll never guess who Oxford United are signed."
Oh, right, fair enough. Let me guess.
I haven't read the reply yet, and I've just got on Twitter, seen Oxford are trending. I clicked it. It was like, "Oh, we've signed Ruben Rodriguez." Like,
Makes perfect sense. Scott Williams has left himself 160 to knock out the number 1 seed, Dave Chisnell. Chizzy is on 248. He's just left himself the Paul Hinks if he comes back. Scott Williams for a 160 for the match and to knock out the number 1 seed. Seedageddon, not happening just yet. So Dave Chisnell needs the Hinks shot. 127. And, he's missed the ball inside. 25 left if he comes back. Scott Williams, as long as he stays straight, should get a dart at tops to win the game. And he takes it out, last dart in hand. Seedageddon continues on. Scott Williams knocks out the number 1 seed, Dave Chisnell, gone.
He's had a terrible time of being number 1 seed.
It's
not gone well for him at all.
Just looking at it, so Gabe Clemens, Peter Wright, Dimitri Vandenberg, Mardus Rasber, and now Dave Chisnell, all gone but gone. And my pick for today is in huge trouble. Absolutely huge trouble.
Nick Mansell currently averaging a ton, 100.79. It's the exact same average as Andrew Gilding, who is 5-1 up on Ross Montgomery. Christian Kiss still leads Mervyn King 4-2. He's averaging 100.91. John O'Shea, Vladimir Anderson on your screen right now, 2 apiece. Justicia beating Ronnie Hybrex. Ronnie was just a tough game to watch against Barney yesterday. No pace, no real quality in that one. Sagansky 1 apiece with Rob Owen. Devon Peterson 1 apiece with Conan Whitehead. Big week for Devon. If South Africa are going to make an impact at the World Cup this year, Rusty Jake, 125 average, leads Callum Goffin 2-0. That's 12 dart average. Barry Keane Barry 1 apiece with Jeffrey Sparadand. Stephen Burton leads Danny Janssen. That's on streaming board 1. Mental Sulovic against Chris Lamman. About to get underway, sorry. Soup, Sonneveld, Lukeman, Horvat, Meikle, all in action shortly.
I want to give a massive shout out. I know she will never watch this, but I want to give a massive shout out to my mum. She just beat the Czechs, part of the women's over 60 squad basketball, playing at the European Championships this weekend and this week. Beat the Germans on Monday, beat the Czechs today. Gone 2-4-2. I'm sure I never watched this, but well done, Mum. Proud of you. Harrington, there's the question. We've been waiting that for a while. Where can we watch each of the individual games? You can watch 4 games live on PDC TV. You can pay for a day pass for just £1.99. Very, very good value. It's £6.99 a month, I think. Or if you pay the annual subscription, just 50 quid for the year, you can get all the days of the Pro Tour and the Euro Tour. And you can get access to all the tickets as well before anybody else. And that's a big one because the World Championships is coming up in July.
And we are 100% not enamored of PDC, but the Grand Slam went on sale today.
And yesterday as well. So
yesterday, general sale today. So you would have been able to get them yesterday ahead of everyone else.
Yep. It is a GB team, Tommy. Yes, it is. My mum isn't as bad as I am when it comes to supporting England. Apart from the Ashes, obviously. Alexa, play Jerusalem.
Thankfully, mine's unplugged.
My mum's in the other room. Right, where are we looking then? What games?
Being said, my brothers have just picked that up. Alexa, stop.
Oh really? Has she started playing Jerusalem? Has she?
We've got 3 on this floor.
I haven't been to your house in a long time, actually.
No. 3 on this floor and 1 downstairs for when we play darts to annoy the neighbours.
It was March, wasn't it? Last time I was at yours. No, I didn't come varsity, did I? I didn't do varsity this year. That was a strange one. Not
Love Bucks Super.
No, it was Super. Yeah, Bucks Wednesday. Yes, it was that. Oh, hello, Mr. Boyce. Why on earth do we want to play that?
What do you think?
Oh, yeah, but those lot across the road have won it. Why on earth do we want to play that?
Because we're not in it.
I'm trying to be nice. I don't care about it.
Yeah, Boise isn't though, the twat. 16 winner over Mervyn King.
That's a huge win. That is a huge win. And
Why was Reprek not playing today? I don't know. But Jared Cole will be thankful he didn't, because it's earned him a win over Peter Wright.
Mickey Mansell has just missed tops, I think, for the victory over Gerwin Price. And Price now looking to try and make this 5-4, and he does. So it's back to the one breaker throw. Mickey Mansell now throwing for the match against Gerwin Price.
It's not early if he deserved it.
What was that?
Early for the T word. It's not early if he deserved it. Did he just call me Jack? Is he all right?
I've never. I think there's only been one time I've ever called you Jack, and that was the first time I met you.
Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, I've just dropped the F word now. Jesus.
There was you before who used to always shout "language" whenever anybody swore on this station.
I'm still not a fan of it, to be honest. I definitely think we should be more professional, but
not today, mate.
We've been doing this for long enough now, and it's still the same as it was 3 years ago. If we'd moved up, then I'd be a little bit more.
What was that? Sorry.
We're still the same as we were 3 years ago. If we'd made massive improvements and had sponsors and producers and all that sort of stuff, then I would still be saying like, no, we need to be better. But we move.
Right, we'll go to. Oh wow, Mickey Mansell has had a great leg. 140 ton to be 121 after 9. Gezi Price only on 241, nowhere close to a finish. Can Mickey Mansell take it out in style? No, but he's left himself double 10 after 12. Gezi will just need to try and hit a 180 and put some pressure on.
Richard Veenstra beats Vincent van der Voort 6-1. It's an 83 average from Vincent. Are we becoming increasingly concerned we might not see a lot more of Vincent van der Voort in the PDC?
We won't be seeing any of Gerwin Price today because he has just been beaten 6-4 by Mickey Mansell. Can I change my pick? Again, I don't understand why we've got so many fans in Denmark as well, but hello to you as well.
Vladimir Anderson. He's a character.
Going back to that about Vinny, do you reckon he's going to be on the seniors tour soon?
He's not old enough, is he?
Getting on, isn't he? He's 47. Couple of years.
Nah. If he can't be asked to play here, he can't be asked to play anywhere.
Vincent said he's on TV in Holland that he's considering retirement. Well, don't worry. Another Dutchman said he was going to retire, and then within about 6 months, because he had to pay for a divorce, he came back out of it. But, you know, that's what it is. Oh, sorry. Did I say that bit out loud?
Yeah.
Whoops. Am I right or am I right? I don't see why he wouldn't retire at 40, Tommy, because he said it. And he's normally pretty. He has been pretty consistent on that. He did say when he was 40 that he's going to go. He has been extremely consistent on that. In all fairness to him. To be fair, in all fairness. Right. Vladimir Anderson now 5-3 up on John O'Shea. Barry Keane 3-all with Jeffrey Sparadance. Huge game for Keane Barry, and he's 4-3 down now as well as he's trying to bid to make his maiden match play. Jeff Smith 2-1 up on Martin Lupin. We have started the top 64, by the way. It is Steve Beaton back in action against Adam Smith-Neal, trying to firm up his spot in the match play. Remember, Steve Beaton is not going to be at the 10th Euro Tour, so this is his last opportunity to make yet another world match play.
Staying alive.
Definitely. He hasn't qualified for the last 2 years after that ridiculous record that he had in the match play. So it'd be nice to have him back at the Winter Gardens. He doesn't love to hear the Bee Gees.
Five of yesterday's quarterfinalists are already out in the first round. That's a great start.
Laura, who was the talking about? You couldn't hear.
Probably their father.
Probably, yeah. Not the way MVG's money he'll go as long as he's still earning. Fair enough, mate. I mean, you know him better than I do.
He's staring down the barrel of defeat again. Oh, is that dead cat shot? Is that the turning point?
That's a huge shot. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Matthew. He said he's not going to Australia or New Zealand. So he doesn't want to do it. Barry Keane is not getting the best of responses and also not the best prep going into the World Cup because he has now lost the break of throw, and Jeffrey Sparadance has just hit a 180 to kick off the leg in which he's throwing for the match, and Barry Keane can only respond with 41. Das ist nicht gut. Simon Whitlock against Christoph Kachuk is about to start warming up as well. Another big game in the race for the match play in the top 64. Steve Beaton, though, 2-0 up now on Adam Smith-Neal. More and more, Steve Beaton is keeping his spot in the match play. First time since 2020 that he was in there. Jeffrey Sparadance left himself a 174. Keane Barry's on 180 after 9, and Sparadance just hit a 134 to lead tops after 12. Not a bad way to try and steal the leg. Only 45 from Barry, so Sparadance now back for tops to knock King Barry out of the world match play race. Well, not technically, but he's all but gone. King Barry gone today. And that does not fill the Irish with a lot of confidence going into the World Cup, I don't think. What? Tommy, sorry, you've seen on socials that people saying that he shouldn't play any World Series for not going to Australia. Yes. Steve Beaton averaging 107 against Adam Smith-Neal. More of this.
14 darts a leg.
Yeah, Bevan Peterson won away against Conan Whitehead. Okay, so if you're saying that, okay, I know you're not saying this, Tommy, but if people are saying that MVG shouldn't play any World Series events, then that means then that nobody who gets an invite to just one of them should be allowed to play any World Series events. Then they should always go and shouldn't be allowed to play. That's just a ridiculous notion. We talked about it before. on many occasions how knackered darts players are now. The schedule is bloody brutal. They don't have an off season anymore. There used to be the off season. Used to be, as unfortunately Vladimir Addison gets over the line against John O'Shea. There isn't an off season anymore, is there, Gob, for darts players?
Not really. I mean,
January used to be
on a Pro Tour, but some aren't off of that. You get a little bit of a break in the summer, but not massive. I think we're gonna have to go Whitlock Chuck in the race for the match play.
Huge game. But there's no like January used to be the break for them, didn't it? Before they then put the Bahrain Darts Masters on and everything like that, and then the Nordic. Yeah, I completely forget as well that's where the World Cup is this year, the Women's Football World Cup, because I was looking at the what's it called? I was looking at the fixtures for the Rugby Championship because the rugby's back on soon, and I'm buzzing for it. And they're not playing a game at Eden Park this year, the All Blacks, and I was like, why the hell are they not? And they went, they're using it for the Women's World Cup. Radek Zagansky and Robert Owen, 5 apiece going into a last leg decider there. Yes, Tommy, don't remind me about the Rugby World Cup. I am buzzing, but I'm also so nervous. Simon, I wouldn't worry about that, mate. It's basically been agreed. Jack, don't tell me that. No, I struggle not to say us, but we know why we will not win, Sam. I tell you actually who I really think are going to go and win Sam this year, and that's Galway. I hate to say it because it's obviously Roche's county, but I genuinely think Galway will win Sam Maguire this year. Their football team is ridiculous, and I think Devon Comer in particular is just an absolutely brilliant footballer. Devon Peterson gets through 6-3 against Conan Whitehead. Jason Sissia beats Ronnie Highbreak 6-2. After starting off so well, Alan Smith-Neale's pulled this back against Steve Beaton. 3-2 now he leads. Does Beaton. And William O'Connor's just getting underway as well against Martin Kleermacher. So 3 massive games in the race for the match play.
One of them is not done very well for the Wizard. 2-0 down to Christopher Chuck.
That is ridiculous. If he goes there, that's a huge. That could be massive. He has to go with them.
Steve Beaton is still averaging 101, but he's lost the last 3 legs to Adam Smith-Neale.
Beaton as well. In a bit of trouble. I still think he's fine. I still think he's just about there. I'd start booking the accommodation if you haven't done so already on that one, if you want to go and see Steve Beaton play. But make sure, to be fair, actually thinking about it, you probably won't have to worry about that because I imagine he'll be a Sunday afternoon game. Depends on who he draws. Young Philip will be coming in very, very shortly, as I've got to head back and do my actual job.
Yes, thank you.
But I'll be here till about 10 to 2, something like that. Maybe about 5 to.
I can do a little stint on mine if you need to disappear at any point. When does thingy start? Thursday or Friday?
What?
The greatest contest for the smallest trophy.
Friday morning, 11 o'clock, mate. I'll be there. I'll be there watching. I will definitely not be watching, and definitely will be working hard at home on Friday. Huge game coming up then over on the MODUS Super Series stream with Fallon and Jim Long about to play each other.
Yes. Oh, Whitlock gets one back, 120. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, I don't like this.
What's up?
I'm just having a scroll through the BBC pundits' predictions for.
Oh my god! Yeah,
there is a lot backing us, and then Glenn McGrath 5-0 Australia every time.
I genuinely believe, by the way, that this is the best Australian team that I've seen in my lifetime. I think this is better than 2005. I really do.
No.
I appreciate Warren and McGrath, but they were coming to the end of their careers at this point. I genuinely believe that this Australian lineup is mint. The only problem, the biggest issue, is they don't have a really good opener to go with Khawaja. So I don't think Warner can do it in England. If they had Matty Renshaw in there, it might be a bit of a different story. But they still have Smith, Labuschagne, Warner if he gets going, Cam Green, Travis Head can all hit a ball. And I think that bowling attack is brilliant. Scott Boland will be the top wicket taker in this series. Bet on it now. 10 to 1 you can still get. I got him at 10 to 1 the other day. Ridiculous.
Is that the first win for Peterson this season? It's not his first win, but it certainly feels like he hasn't picked up many this season.
Steve Beaton's now got it back level with Adam Smith-Neil 4 apiece in what's been a topsy-turvy game. Simon Whitlock has just missed the ball for the fish as well.
I'm just checking out something on Twitter, some stats from Pro Tours at the minute. The longest streak of last 128 wins, so without losing in the first round, no missed events. Damon Hetter's got 8 in a row. James Wade's won 7 in a row, opening round matches at the Players' Championship. Josh Rock is on 6. Players that have lost the first round games consecutively. Danny Van Tripp has lost his last 9 opening round matches at Pro Tour. Danny Jansen, 7. That man won a Pro Tour last year. 7 Pro Tours without a win. Cam Crabtree's lost 6 straight, and Nathan Rafferty 6 straight as well. Dom Taylor, a 6-3 win over Dragerton. Horvath, the 128 is nearly finished. Sean Wilson leads Lee Evans 3-0. Meikle and Killington 4 each. Zonneveld 4-3 up on Gaulas. That was on streaming board 2 for you. Gaulas back on stream again.
No, we'll never know that question, Tommy. We'll never know that question. Martin Clearmack 2-1 up over William O'Connor. Still early days in that one, but all massive games at this point. Steve Beaton has just broken the throw. 5-4 against Adam Smith-Neil now. Christoph Kachuk wanting a 112 then to hold throw. Steve Beaton's gone off with 296s in his chance to hold throw against Adam Smith Neal. 101 leaves himself on 208. Do you know something, actually? You mentioned that road there. I think a mate of mine lived down there second and third year. Just horrendous. Simon Whitlock wanting double 16 to break the throw. Get himself ahead, and Steve Beaton has just beaten Adam Smith Neal with a 108 checkout. That moves him on to 41,750 quid. It takes him ahead of Raymond van Barneveld early doors on countback. And maybe, just maybe, just shores up his spot at the World Match Play.
All of the non-seeds want James Wade in the match play. I completely disagree. Look, on current form, maybe, but you'd be a fool to be wishing to play James Wade on TV in a leg play event. Yeah.
Really?
It's the opposite on the crossroads. So that's Forest Rec side.
Yeah.
On the corner. I used to live on Peveril Street. Literally, I would have been able to see that.
You did. I remember you did.
Yeah. The other side, there's a school on the corner, crossroads on Ilkeston Road.
Yes.
No, Alfreton Road. And then down there on the right is Norton.
That's where I lived in first year.
Yeah, Norton. Opposite the big blue tower blocks.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
James Wade leading 1-0 then over Gert Nentis, Gary Anderson back underway against Richie Edhouse. Mike Decker 2-1 up over Darius Labanauskas. I'm just going to check because the final game is just about to get underway, I think, isn't it? In the MODUS Super Series, and that's already underway now.
Already live, mate.
How far behind on the stream are they? Oh no, Fallon's 2-0 up at the moment on the YouTube. Over Jim Long.
Just missed starts for 3 now.
Where's the iGame one? Where's the live stats for them?
You have to have the login.
Oh, boo. Yes, Jeffrey the Swan is 4-0 up over Ricardo Petrescu, and that is a huge result if that holds in the race for the match play. 113, as you say, Sam. That would be massive. Ricardo will not be wanting to lose that game. Still got well in with a shout at the match play at this time. Simon Whitlock is level up against Kachuk again. 3 apiece now. What's going on?
I'm not sure I can get anywhere today.
What's that, sorry?
Bottom of my road's closed.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Can you not even get out and get anything then?
Sainsbury's the other way. I'm going to pick Katie up in a bit. They got the train to Peterborough yesterday, but I'm just not sure what travel's like on the way back, so I'm going to go down there.
Stay safe anyway, mate, please.
Of course.
Neil Zonnevel beats Adam Gavlas 6-3 in one of the last 1-2-8 games. It's just Sean Wilkinson and Lee Evans that are the remaining two. Obviously, Ryan Meikle and George Killington as well. Killington averaging 108 in that one. keep an eye out on. I'll keep an eye out on that game quickly between Ricardo Petrescu and Jeffrey the Swan. Petrescu has now just hit tops to get a leg on the board, but Swan is right there with him again. 110 now, the average drops to. Well, the first look is out. Oh my God, there's a recoupling. There's a recoupling tonight. Holy Jesus. Oh God.
Grow up, John.
It's gonna kick the off later tonight. Oh, this season is rekindling my love for it. It's already absolute chaos, and we're only 8 days in. Jeffrey just won 180, 140, 139 till he's 42 after 9. Strong. And well, he's missed 8 for it, but Ricardo Petrescu needs a shot of a lifetime, really. Here, he needs a 164 to try and take it out, and he's just missed ball for it. Oi! It would have been a huge backbreaker that for Petrescu, but Desvan now needing 8. Go for a 5-1 lead, takes that for a 13 darter again. Rob, mate, Love Island's great. I've got no issues admitting that. It's just such easy watching at the end of the day. This is why I think I've been banned from coming here ever again after this. 2-2 now between Fallon Sherrick and Jim Long.
Fallon missed darts for 3-0. In fact, Jim did miss a dart for the double 8 for 127 anyway, but no, I can't kick him off. I love John. Ash's predictions. I'm worried watching Cummins and Boland. A little, but if Boland is only going to bowl line and length, which is what he's being praised for right now, that's the sort of thing we're going to go after.
No, I know. I genuinely think that Scott Boland is going to be the leading wicket taker this summer. I really do. I think he's an absolutely mint bowler, and he's made for England in these conditions.
I think it's going to come down to Robinson versus Boland in the bowling. I think Robinson is our key man for the entire series. But it's how many games we're going to get Jimmy Anderson into that attack.
I tell you who's going to be the key, genuinely going to be the key. It's going to be Mark Wood. And I tell you the reason why. Because Robinson, Broad, and Anderson is just a one-paced attack. It just really is, unfortunately. And you can't bowl that at Edgbaston, if I'm being brutally honest.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll play both at edge.
No, I agree.
I'm not sure we'll see Jimmy number 1, because if they go and ruin him like they did 2019, then we're in trouble. I can see Robinson, Wood, Broad with Mo. I might even chuck Wokesy in there, just in case Stokesy doesn't bowl. He's not an out-and-out all-rounder. He's not a batting all-rounder, but Wokes can hold a bat.
Yeah, he is,
And is an Edgbaston boy, so he knows it inside out.
Right then, mate. I've got to go, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'm going to
really appreciate you dropping in.
No worries, mate. Take care of yourself and please stay safe. All right.
Of course.
And yeah, I shall be watching the rest of the day.
Good man. Appreciate it, Jar. Thanks for dropping in, buddy. Chat room, I know you'll love seeing him, so send him some love. Barzy will be with me imminently. The final game in the Super Series is currently 3 apiece, so we're a leg away from that. Quick little round pop of the show, little debrief from the team, and then Barzy will be jumping on. I'm just finishing a message to a friend, checking in on what's going on here. Warner's not being top scorer, mate. That one definitely isn't happening. Everything else is up in the air. But big win for Simon Whitlock. Turns it around against Christoph Kachuk. Did trail 2-0 in that one, but a 6-3 winner for the Wizard into the board final on his board. Barney Knox is on stream. Gurney Bradley Brooks is as well, because that would have been a handy one. What's warming up? Dolan Matt Campbell. There we go. Campbell chasing Dolan on the bubble. That's where we're going to go as our next feature. Do I like Notts Forest? If you call them Notts Forest, they will definitely cry about it. It's Notts County, Nottingham Forest. I'm not a fan of. I don't support them. I'm a Liverpool fan. Really like the job Steve Cooper did with them in the Championship. Was very happy for lots of friends that I've made here when they got promoted. And then 2 weeks in, they're saying that they're bigger side than Liverpool, and the standard nonsense continued from them. So last season, no. But happy they stayed up. 6 points in it. James Wade won away against Gert Nenches, 5-1 up, only averaging 89 in this one, but that will put him in a board final once again. A few of you still backing Wadey to go and lift the title today. Barney 2-0 up on Robbie Knox. Again, it's not super impressive from Barney, but he's just doing enough to get through these early rounds like he did yesterday. Andy Bolton 3-1 up on Scott Mitchell. Stephen Bunting finds himself 3-0 down to Joe Mernon. Darryl Gurney averaging 100 on streaming board 4. That feels weird to say still. 2-1 up on Bradley Brooks. Scott Waits 1 away against Richie Burnett on streaming board 3. Don't let Barzy know that he might not come on and be crying in the corner. Sean Wilkinson is a leg away from defeating Lee Evans. Board 15, the one that's holding up today so far then, as that one hasn't started the last 64. Everything else is underway. Dolan Campbell out the blocks nice and quickly in the first leg. Would just be a holder throw if he can take out the 69. Let's have a look. A huge result in the MODUS Super Series for Fallon Sherrock, who defeats Jim Long 4-3. She is now 2 points clear heading into the final day of Group A action. Played 10, won 7, 14 points, a +7 leg difference. Jim Long in second, played 10, won 6, +9 leg difference. Barry Van Peer failed to beat Ron Moulenkamp in his final game of the day. So he sits in third. Joey Tenberg on 8 points, John Brown on 8 points, Ron Moulenkamp on 8 points. So the battle for the top is tight, and the battle for Group B could be tight as well tomorrow. A really interesting tweet from Madars Razma right now. I want to go back to home after my wife car accident last Friday. I'm out of darts. Paid a lot of money for insurance, but in Latvia, everything go out from wrong hole. All my things go to my family, not to the World Cup this weekend. It's a little bit broken English at times, but that might suggest that Madars Razma will not be playing for Team Latvia this weekend. Best wishes to him and his family, if that is the case. Martin Kleermacher, a 6-5 winner over Willie O'Connor, who now stalls in 17th place. He will be playing in Trier in ET10, but that gives Simon Whitlock the chance to jump above him. In fact, they are now level on prize money. Would Whitlock not jump above on countback from this event, or have I made that up? World Cup, what time does it start? Good question. Let's get a schedule up for you. Uh, 7 o'clock local, 6 o'clock British summertime. Switzerland versus Italy will be the first game. Poland, Portugal, Czech Republic, Singapore. The last game of the night would be Latvia, New Zealand. When is the second round draw for the World Cup, I presume, as it will be on the Friday night after the group stage is over. Christian Kist is at it again, by the way. He's averaging 101, 5-0 up on Martin Schindler. Gary Anderson 1 away against Richie Edhouse. Andy Bolton 4-2 up on Scott Mitchell. Sean Wilkinson does complete the last 64 lineup. He beats Lee Evans 6-5. Afternoon, Lucas. Gezi is playing today. Mickey Mantle beat him round 1 yet. So he was. Chinese or Indian? Indian for me. Controversially. Well, if I'm ordering in Chinese, if I'm going out to eat, Indian. Results for Ricky Evans, a 6-5 winner over Louis Williams, and a 6-4 win for Mike De Decker. Was that over Darius Labanauskas? It was. Campbell still hunting. Brooks, is he still fighting away? Perez played already today. He's already gone, I'm afraid, guys. He lost 6-1 to Jose de Souza in the first one. Minden as well, like both, though. Ever been to a Chinese restaurant? A couple of buffet restaurants, never a more sit-down one, but yes. My first experience of a Chinese buffet restaurant was with Kyle Anderson. My first Indian in a restaurant was with Kyle Anderson. That man has a lot to answer for around my waistline. Scott Waite beats Richie Burnett 6-5. He was cruising that one, 5-2 up, I think. Gets over the line in a decider. Christian Kist, 6-1 winner over Martin Schindler, 103 average for the lipstick. Played plenty of darts recently. He was in the MODUS Super Series not too long ago. 4-3 lead for Andy Bolton over Scott Mitchell. 4-3 lead for Daryl Gurney over Bradley Brooks. Josh Rock 2-1 up on Vainstra, averaging 93. Dirk Van Dijvenbode 1 apiece with Jeffrey Sparidans. Barney 4-2 up at the moment. Still mid-80s average. Schindler average higher and lost 6-1. Yeah, he must have just been sat on finishes constantly in 12 darts when his opponent fires in a 15 or whatever. Come on. UK takeaway burgers have got a lot better in the last few years. There's a lot more more burger restaurants, I guess. But I'll take a Donna meat and chips, please. 1-1-2 from Matt Campbell, 3-2 up. Who did Jose Justicia beat first round? Ronnie Hybrecht, 6-2. Plays Ross Smith now, the winner of this, to play Gary Anderson. Evening from Australia. How are we doing, Space Monkey? Pleased to know Damon Hetter is in action right now, and Simon Whitlock has already progressed to the last 32. Who's everyone's favourite for the World Cup? I've got the Welsh to win. Bambaga 1 away now from a broad final. Bradley Brooks 9 darter against Gurney. That's on stream. Did I just miss that one as well? What leg? It's live now. There is one. Yes, I'm watching on PDC TV. Bradley Brooks. What leg is that? 9th leg. Just drop back on the stream to re-watch this one. See the first 180. Just sitting up lovely in the board for him. He also hit a 9 beside Brooks. Josh Rock has already hit a 9 data today. Daryl Gurney got his arms up in the back, cheering for him as he's going for the double. Never anywhere else by the look of it. Superb from Bradley Brooks. Fires in the 9 data in Players' Championship 14 to join Josh Rock in that regard. Luke Woodhouse is a 6-2 winner over Roby John Rodriguez. He keeps his faint chances of the match play alive. How's Anderson doing? He's into the board final. He beat Richie Edhouse in the last 64. He'll play either Ross Smith or Jose Justicia. Matt Campbell now 1 away. This would put Brendan Dolan on the cusp. And at risk. Simon Whitlock just 1,500 behind Brendan Dolan as it stands. A win in the next round would reduce that to £750. If Simon Whitlock reaches the quarterfinals today, he would jump above Brendan Dolan if he fails to win this match from here. 5-2 behind to Matt Campbell. Campbell is on 29,750. He needs to go to the final realistically to put his name in contention for the match play. Radek's throwing some great arrows late. I completely agree. Arguably the most informed of the 3 Polish tour card holders, and he won't be at the World Cup for them this weekend. It will be the other 2. Hempel 3-0 up on Ted Evett. Matt needs this more than Dolan. Not at the minute. Not with the people over his shoulder. Brooks 9 Dart was the start of a comeback. Yeah, Brendan Dolan. Daryl Gurney will be livid. Andy Bolton, 6-4 win over Scott Mitchell. I think Gurney can get back to the top. I'm not convinced. I don't think he can at the moment. Just lost that spark. On a free bet for Vegas. What is the Stanley Cup score? Are they 3-1 up? They are. I'm still not sure how we lost to the Panthers. Noppert gets one back against Sagansky. Rob Cross warming up. Steve Beaton warming up. Steve Beaton and Christian Kist, arguably two of the standout performers from the previous round. They will meet in the last 32. Ross Smith won a piece for Jose Justicia. Stephen Burton 4-0 up on Christoph Ratajski. Jared Cole underway again against Neil Zonneveld. Rusty Jake Rodriguez leads the world champion in 1-1. Michael Smith 3-1. Yesterday's winner in a little bit of trouble so far. Nick Kenny, Martin Lukeman will go at it on streaming board 4. Matt Campbell 1 away. Brendan Dolan fighting back though. This will be to force a deciding leg. He's left 88 after 12. Campbell needs a ton 40 really. The Panthers goalie, yeah, he played unreal against us. Anyone know the last time the Adonis won a Pro Tour? 2017 in Wigan. Beat and lost the final last year. Yeah, that was the last event, wasn't it? 81 Players Championship 30. Veenstra beats Josh Rock 6-5. Rock missed 6 for the match. That will hurt even more. I think Daryl Gurney will look back on that 9 data moment as a bit strange as well. Doesn't win another leg really from there. He's got his arms up cheering for his opponent. Damon Hatter forward up against Vladimir Anderson. The Australians are cooking, as Whitlock will take on Richard Veenstra in the last 32. Stephen Burton won away against Christoph Ratajski, who's only averaging 78. Rusty Jake now 4-2 up on Michael Smith. World champ gets one back. Brendan Dolan recovers from a monster deficit against Matt Campbell to knock out the Canadian 6-5. That all but ends Matt Campbell's very slim outside chances at reaching the world match play, but it keeps Brendan Dolan alive. He is in 16th place, and that just means the work that everyone else has to do has just got that little bit tougher. A huge result that for Brendan Dolan. What a fight back from him. I mean, we've already watched Whitlock in the race to the match play. I want to see Rob Cross play against Mensur Suljovic, unless anyone has major objections, given it is World Cup week. Where is Mensur? (42nd) on the Pro Tour order of merit. It's only Aspinall and Searle that use 25 gram plus. They're the more notable names that do, I guess. Who's Wade got next? Stephen Burton beats Christoph Ratajski 6-1. James Wade is on board 4. He beat Gert Nencher, so he will play either Radek Sagansky or Danny Noppert in the board final. A lot of seeds already out. Yeah, that second round was brutal. Hempel defeats Ted Evans 6-2. Not seen a lot of Florian this year. He had a big impact in the PDC in 2022. 49th in the tour card race for Suljovic. Yeah, it's not looking good for Mensur. It's not looking good for Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who has let a lead slip against Michael Smith and is back to 4 apiece. Last start in hand, double 5 from Michael Smith as well. That will be a bit of a killer. Hempel 66th in the tour card race. That doesn't seem possible, given how good he was last year, but I guess it is. Would players be practicing with their pairs partner for the World Cup today after they lose in the Pro Tour? I don't know. It depends on their travel plans. I would predict maybe hang around for today, travel to Frankfurt either late to today, expecting to still be playing, or whatever. I suspect the bulk of their practice will be done in Frankfurt, the venue where they're going to play. But it's up to each of the teams, I guess. You almost need another team to practice with. Can't play pairs amongst yourself, can you? Then you're still playing singles. One new city to host a Premier League event. What would you choose? Scotland already have two. We've already got. Have we got Ireland and Belfast, or do we just have Ireland? Bristol wouldn't be a bad shout, but then you pretty much lose Exeter. You're not putting both down there. Swansea, yeah, I could see that. Two in Wales. Katie Boltier. You mean the tennis player, Katie Bolter? Strange. Damon Hatter, a 6-2 winner over Vladimir Anderson. Don't know, man. I'll be honest. We've been on the darts for 2 days, so not watched any of the tennis. I'm surprised the tennis is even still going on at the moment. Van den Berg had a 4-2 up on Alan Suter. Jared Cole was on about locked in at 3 apiece. Dom Taylor leading Scott Williams. Going under the radar is Dom Taylor today. So far, Nick Kenny 4-1 up on Martin Lukeman. Noppert just missed 9 darts to win 6-4. That'll hurt, obviously. Ryan Meikle leads Andrew Gilding 1-0. 15 darter to open for him. Mental Sulovic leads Rob Cross 1-0. Not a 15 darter to open for him. Rusty Jake Rodriguez. I said he was in trouble because he'd let a lead slip against Michael Smith. He just won back-to-back legs to knock out Michael Smith. Yesterday's winner, defending, well, the world champion and world number 1, Michael Smith, is out.
Greetings.
Hello, darling.
How are we?
Yeah, not bad, mate. You?
Yeah, good. Been seeded again by the look of it, isn't it?
A little. There's still a few plodding on, but yeah, we've lost a few high profile. Michael Smith, the most recent to fall. We've lost Dirk van Dijvenbode, 6-4 to Jeffrey Sparadans. We've lost Josh Rock, 6-5 to Richard Veenstra. We've lost Schindler, O'Connor, Daryl Gurney, Christopher Tyski, Jermaine Watermaina, Dave Chisnell in the opening round. Number 1 seed not being kind to Dave Chisnell. Chris Dobie out to Ricky Evans. Kim Hybrecht's gone. Ian White gone. Clemens, Peter Wright both gone. Dimitri Vandenberg, Gerwin Price. Yeah, maybe it is seed together. Maybe it's a little bit more than I noticed.
What a day for Jared Cole. Gets a late call up and then beats Peter Wright.
Not a bad little return to the Pro Tour. He's currently 4-3 down to Neil Zonabel, though. He's throwing the darts I want to try.
Are they
the Hemas?
Yeah. He's been using them for a while.
Yeah, and he grips right at the back of the dart and lays the thumb down, and yeah.
I tell you what is interesting. We asked the question to ourselves yesterday that he is playing in glasses.
Yes. A few changes for him, picking up some results.
Did we find out, or did you work out, however we want to put it, who pulled out for Jared to play?
Pascal Ruprecht.
Cool.
Is the player not playing today? Not sure why. That was just the name that has been replaced by King of the Castle. Jojo the Salzer, 60 winner over Devin Peterson. Michael 2-0 up. Christian Kiss, Steve Beaton were two of the outstanding performers from the first two rounds. They both played brilliantly and are playing each other in the last 32 ahead of everybody else today. And it's a bit of a scrap. Gary vs. Ross Smith board final. Nice indeed.
Put the aircon on or off today?
Is that the Group A leader we can hear?
It is.
Domino's delivery.
Superb day.
Started off bad.
Went all right though, then, didn't it?
Yeah, after all dirt.
Yeah, for those that didn't hear, Fallon decided to pour Coke all over herself at 8:45 this morning.
8:45. I'm playing at 9:30.
Oh, I didn't see that there.
She was decided to eat her ham sandwich, yet forgot her can of Coke was open. You can imagine.
Yes. Wouldn't have left such a mark if you'd drank Prime instead.
No, I would have just stained it.
To be fair, on the live lounge last night, they were all rinsing Gob that you were rinsing him about his Prime as well.
I mean, look at it. Why would you have Prime behind you?
You should see the floor in here, to be honest.
I just spill it on the floor as well.
It's just bottles of Lucozade.
No, what do you think what's gone for? Is that like a build your own job?
Yeah. Probably a bit for everything.
There's two Greg's bags on the floor, two bunk bags on the floor. Enough shit to fucking film bin twice. Bit of a concern ahead of the World Cup, Phil, for Latvia. Madas Razma, just over half an hour ago on Twitter, posted, I want to go back to home after my wife's car accident last Friday. I'm out of darts. Paid a lot of money for insurance, but in Latvia, everything go out from wrong hole. All my things go to my family, not to World Cup this weekend.
First of all, that's obviously family first always, but from a darts point of view, who is the Latvian number 3?
Don't know. Is he playing with Yanis?
Yeah. Steve Beaton, the man that was in a little bit of danger, Gob's having a run today.
Yeah, he was brilliant in his first 2 games. Christian Kiss was exactly the same. They've met, and it's a bit of a not damp squid. It's 91 plays 89, but they've definitely both played better so far today. Nice little battle. Brendan Dolan dug himself out of some trouble not too long ago. Was 4-2 down and 5-3 down to Matt Campbell. That would have left him vulnerable at 16th in the order of merit on the match play race. Instead, he recovered to win 6-5, knocking Campbell out. So he's just over $9,000 short of Dolan himself. Willie O'Connor, Petresco, Rasma, Williams, Barry, Campbell, Ian White, Suter, and Watermain all gone. Luke Woodhouse, £11,000 behind Brendan Dolan at the minute, is the next one available, apart from Simon Whitlock, who is still going and takes on Richard Veensler next.
That's huge. How we doing, everyone? In the chat room. How we doing, Johnny? Hope you are good. How we doing, Cameron? Hope you are well. Thoughts on the Peter Crouch podcast collab for the Premier League? I haven't listened to it yet, but look, anyone with a podcast that size is good exposure for the sport.
Yeah. And I think Crouch gets it, having been there himself before, doesn't he? So.
Yeah. Please tell me that Ross Smith and Gary Anderson haven't been on stream recently.
Doesn't matter, does it? Sport final.
Oh, is it?
You don't get a changes to the last 16.
That's going. Oh, Barney's still in. He plays Zonneveld.
Played crap twice.
Race for the match play. That's Barney as good as there, isn't it? Mind you, Whitlock making a move.
I think Whitlock's the key one right now to make a move and put himself in position. Today, there is still ET10 to come. I think for you to keep yourself in contention, you've got to be within £6,000. That's a quarter final at the Euro Tour, which means you've got to go through 2 seeds.
Yeah, anything more than that, you're chasing.
Anything more than that is a massive long shot for a player who is currently ranked 17th to 20 odd in the Pro Tour order of merit, taking out the seeds, etc. as well. So if you're within £6,000, a run to the quarterfinal, I think is achievable.
Yeah.
Is it not Zukos he's playing with? Sorry, Anonymous. Would it be Yanis Mustafiz that they bring in? I'm sure now you said Zukos, it would be Zukos. Zukos is already playing. It is Zukov that's currently his partner. Kissed 160 finish for the match. Barzi's jinxed Steve Beaton.
Not staying alive tonight. Hey.
That's my pun.
Yeah, that's a huge blow for Latvia, but completely understand the reasoning. How are we doing, everyone? Hope you are good. So, hi guys, morning to you both. Hope you are well. Get that on screen. I know we've said hello, but we'll put that one up as well. Ryan Meikle into the last 64. That's potentially a good run for him because he's not played well of late.
Mate, you can't hear you. That's 2 times for his head.
He's reading or something, isn't he?
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say?
So Ryan Meikle winning at the moment. He's had a bit of a torrid time recently on Pro Tours and Euro Tours.
Yeah, he looked sharp back in the last year, but he's not quite had the form of start of this year. There's a few that you can put in that conversation. Florian Hempel is 66th in the tour card race.
Yeah, we spoke about it a few weeks ago that
How?
he's just not played well.
World Cup team would be Zukov and Mustafaevs for Latvia. Yeah.
Well, I suppose that the other thing to think of is if they can get the Latvian there in time, what happens if he's not available?
Don't know.
Have you got any Latvian heritage?
Man, I'm pretty sure if they go to the bar, they can just get the bartender. That's what I used to do when you have to fill in at Super League and all that. Just get the bartender.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the Scott Waite beard is getting a thing of beauty. It's like something from Lord of the Rings. It's like an elf.
He's a bit bigger than an elf.
I mean, his beard.
Also, wasn't Legolas the elf? He definitely wasn't bearded. What was Gimli?
Time to start laying Latvia on the exchange. Absolutely.
Which group are they in? They're in Group K with New Zealand and Bahrain. I mean, we already had New Zealand favourite, but if that is the case, if Rasmus is not playing.
Yeah. Naz says Deshaun and Wade for a win today. Nathan says, when is Nathan Aspinall playing? Will we see him before the match play? ET10 and the 2 Pro Tours before the match play. So he's got a chance to get some time in. Are they holding the board finals?
No. 32 is the board finals. They're all open play. They hold the 16 so they can move everybody around.
Cool. Mensur Sulovic beats a very much out of sorts Rob Cross.
Oh, that was my pick for today.
Not been a happy hunting ground for Voltage. As well. See, Gezi gets it as well, doesn't he? He's released all the different shirts on his website. I like that. Clever.
Has he?
Yeah.
Didn't see that.
Normally you follow his Instagram page hotly.
No, everyone else does, and I report on it on social media. The last Pro Tours in July count for the match play. The ones on the Monday and Tuesday, they do not.
They
cut
do not.
For the match play is ET10.
Yeah, we had confirmation from the PDC that ET10 is the cutoff.
I mean, the advantage of Gary and Ross not being moved about on a stream is
that's going as feature game.
bonus feature.
Oh yeah, Fallon said she picked Michael Smith to win yesterday as well.
Yeah, I did. Psychic.
When she just said Michael.
Yeah.
Michael won.
Did you back Smith? No, you backed Gezi with me, you liar.
I don't know. I said Gezi or Michael. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. I know I thought it, whether I said it or not.
She's learning. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. As well, the live lounge last night won a Fallon siren for the women's series.
Fallon siren. Better than Barney's.
But better than the Barney alarm.
Barney alarm.
So overall, happy with your performance today?
Better, more consistent a little bit, but then still bits and bobs, but getting there.
152 was good.
No, and then I fancied that 158, and I was like, yeah, no, nowhere near. Nowhere near.
Yeah, sorry, come in.
Do you know which players have had guests in this week? I think Jim's missus has been here.
Barry.
Oh, Barry. Oh, Barry's missus as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there was only 2 women, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wait, just
Cool, no worries.
Right, cool.
Richard Vinstra 3-1 up on Simon Whitlock. Whitlock averaging 78. Over practiced.
Potentially. It's
Close.
warm.
So into that, isn't he? It's upset about the prime behind him.
Just on about the prime. I'm leaving it up there now as well. I'm not giving you the satisfaction of moving it.
I can't believe you ain't moved it.
No, I'm not. Because you would rock up today and go, haha, he's got rid of the prime and bully that out of him. I'm not giving you the
I just want
satisfaction.
you in space. You've hidden it.
Nope. I'm not giving you the satisfaction.
So like, next time I do a Zoom call or anything like that, I'll make sure I have a bottle behind me.
Damon Hetter, though, 4 up on Martine Clearmaker. Good little run for Jeffrey Dejuan so far. Bradley Brooks, Martin Lukeman, decent.
Brooks hit a 9, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah, 5-3 down to Daryl Gurney. 5's in a 9, beats Gurney 6-5. Josh Rocks also hit a 9 today.
It's raining 9s.
Martin?
What?
It's the world of his own. Like, literally, clearly doing something on his computer.
Yeah, I'm scrolling Twitter at times as well, just to keep up with everything else that's going on, because my home city is a fucking mess right now. Martin Lukeman's just put into the board final on Twitter with a fist bump, but it's like he's screen recorded the last dart going in from PDC TV, because that don't think was shared as a video, because it doesn't say shared from the PDC. It's definitely cropped. It's not as long a clip as they would have put up.
Just a Bradley Brooks clip is on the top of my Instagram, so I'm just having a look at that now.
It's slap bang in the middle all the way, to be fair. They never look like they're going anywhere else.
Does he always use that molded setup as well? That looks new.
No, last couple of events, definitely for
Yeah.
because he was on stream as well.
That looks like the Condor setup, isn't it?
Yeah, the axe.
I love the fact that Gurney was celebrating behind before he'd even hit it.
Yeah. And then he loses the next 2 legs as well in the match. I'm not sure he will look back on that fondly. Stephen Burton game is on. It's currently 4-3 to Burton over Mike Decker. That's on PDC TV. 5-3 now, Stephen Burton. 102 average. Is Fallon L-Star. You are, aren't you, Fallon?
Yeah.
One of your stems was knackered today, wasn't it, as well? when your flight kept coming off.
Oh, I think, yeah, but that's been happening for a while. I just haven't got any spare ones with me. I have them at home. I'm not going, mate. I'll just get some spare stuff and get a spare shirt just in case I spill anything down there.
Have you only got the pink one now, or do you still rock the blue one as an alternative every now and then?
I've still got the blue one and got the purple one and all that, but I still got them. But
Just don't wear them.
no, I just don't wear them because obviously everyone else
Yeah.
disassociates, doesn't it?
James missed bullseye for 170 and a 4-0 lead over Scott Waits.
New contract with Dynasty as well. Must be happy.
Yeah. Of course.
Buy me some more Prime then.
Huh?
You can buy me some more Prime then.
Well, not at that price, dude. Decent. But why would anyone pay it? Like, I don't understand. Like, I get it, you know, if you can get it for like £2 in the shop. But for a novelty thing, why are people selling it for like a tenner? You know, people are actually paying for it.
Oh, we've got pictures on the stream. You know what's coming.
I mean, I'd like to point out I didn't pay for any of mine, and they were purchased from Morrison's at £1.50 a drink before they upped the price. So,
Well, I'll let you off then.
yeah,
I mean, you could make some money on it and sell them for a bit more, but, you know,
that was all right.
each their own.
Imagine me on the online darts TikTok like I'm Wakey Wines 2.0 trying to flog Prime. Bars in his flip flops. Come closer, go back.
To be fair, not being in Vision this week's been great because I can just commentate in shorts and flip flops. So get upstairs, Matt.
Not anymore, Sam. We are both 100% full-time employees in darts.
I was earlier. I haven't got any here, so I'm just on the Monster and H2O at the moment because I've run out. But did have some cherry Pepsi Max as always, the best drink on the market.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a fan of cherry Pepsi Max.
I don't like Pepsi Max. I think it's good. Like, I get it. There's no, like, it's not full fat and it's not, like, proper sugary and all that. But it definitely tastes different to, like, Pepsi, Coke, like, especially Diet Coke as well.
Yeah.
Like that. It kind of tastes similar, I reckon.
I tell you, what I was a huge fan of in America was pineapple Fanta. Oh, hello. That was insane. I love pineapple. But I don't like it on a pizza, but I love pineapple as a fruit and juice.
No. I think I'm allergic to pineapple.
Same.
I've never been diagnosed with it. It always swells my throat up whenever I have anything pineapple flavoured.
Does
So
it
I'm like,
make your
nope.
mouth itch?
Yeah.
Yeah, like when I eat it, like I had it on pizza once and I was in Spain. So we were in Bilbao, right? And I've had it with the pizza, like I'm starving after darts. And then all of a sudden my mouth starts going really, mate, I was like, I'm dying.
Yes. So I just don't touch it.
I'm supposed to have milkshake.
Safe.
My face is swollen.
Yeah, John, there is a mango Pepsi in America. Wasn't that nice?
I like mango. Isn't that just now the pineapple Fanta? It might be, you know. They're rebranding it, aren't they?
Morgan says Monster Pipeline Punt. It's up there. It's very nice. I actually really like the Lewis Hamilton one. Haven't tried it, John, but yeah, I saw it in America. Gary Anderson 2-1 up on Ross Smith.
Gildan Meekel's gone all the way. Of course it has.
It had to, didn't it? 2 slow players.
That is never going to set the world alight for a record time to finish a darts match, is it?
No. Is James Wade still in or is he out?
Playing very well, mate. Well,
Well, no, I was just thinking, 'cause obviously Ross Smith's still here as well. So
on the screen right now, he's 2-1 down to Danny Knopper. He's another who's played brilliantly the first 2 rounds. Didn't they meet yesterday? So they didn't move seeding-wise. However, Barney and Wright must have both moved because they're back on a streaming board again.
possibly. Did it? Where's my darts rankings? There it is. Order of Merit Live.
What's this for?
This is just the overall order of merit. Now, Peter Wright didn't move.
From yesterday.
But he's still world number 2.
Pro Tour. It's Pro Tour order of merit seeding for the Pro Tour, isn't it?
Yeah, my bad.
Normally they use 1, 3, 5, and 7, then 2, 4, 6, and 8.
Do you know what I find really interesting about that? Right, so do you know the overall order of merit is completely different to the Pro Tour one, right? Hear me out, right? Because the ones on the order of merit obviously always get like the TV money, but that is generally how everyone's playing
on
the
the
best,
floor.
the best people that are playing at the moment. If you actually analyse it.
Yeah, so the race for the match play, obviously you've got that's the main order of merit and the Pro Tour order of merit with them taken out. But if you put them in, obviously Chizzy's seeded, so he's in the top 16, but so Ryan Searle's in a bit of bother as well, considering he deliberately chose to miss this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I just seen the Veenstra attempt at 9. That's in a decided leg, though, with Simon Whitlock. That might be the breathing room that Brendan Dolan needs.
Whitlock got it back to a deciding leg. Christ.
Yeah, but Veenstra was on a 9. He went 180, 180, 89, 20, so he's missed 6. He's had 6 from 141 already. Whitlock's had 15 darts and is still back on 140. And that is the end for Simon Whitlock.
Ross Smith has won 2 in a row. He's now in front against Gary Anderson.
Nicky Mansell completes the last 32 lineup. He beats Sean Wilkinson 6-3.
Longest game ever marked on the Pro Tour was Michael Barnard and Matt Clark. Oh, that's unfortunate. Bill Ash going for a redraw. Noppert 4-1 up on James Wade. Gary Anderson looking to break back against Ross Smith. Yes, James Wade is defending semi-final at the Worlds this year.
Yeah, but he's not defending a lot before then. He's only defending 10 grand at the match play. His first round, he's just got to get there.
He's there. It's just a matter of what side of the draw he is. Gary Anderson breaks straight back. Ross Smith averaging 106 and his only level. That's the story of Ross Smith's 2023 so far. Barney is making an absolute mess of this. I know he is 3-2 up, but he's missed 7.
Barney's won so far, 89 average, 88 average, and he's averaging 89 again. There's 3-2 up.
How's
On
your
a board
luck?
that should have featured Peter Wright, but he's already been knocked out
Yeah.
by Jared Cole, who then lost to Neil Zonneveld.
So as well. Sean said, Sal's gone off the boil since teaching Gando how to play at his house.
There you go.
Thanks.
Oh, it's got Prime behind it.
Board management, Gary. With Ross Smith not on a finish, you should not be leaving 6. Because that happens. Gets away with it. So that's what we got warming up. Florian Hempel, Mickey Mansell, Brendan Dolan, Andrew Guild. Christ, there are some shockers, isn't there? In terms of times and timing. Morgan says, can't wait for Ross Smith darts to be released. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't been released already, aren't you?
Yes. They seem to be taking their time with this one, and I don't mind it. His shirt is out, I think, or is public knowledge, etc. I think they've seen not warning signs, but are very cautious given some releases of late.
What do you mean some releases are late? Just say the Dimitri dart that he used for 3 weeks.
Dimitri is the standout one, I guess, the most recent one, in that he was revolutionary, new, different dart, and then was changing in such a short period of time. I get there's a rush from fans, and actually if you've been playing with it for a while, it might not shift straight away. But actually, if the player has binned it off by the time you can put it into mass production anyway, you've wasted your time.
Actually, I know of another change of potential manufacturer coming up for next year. I'll WhatsApp you later.
Ooh.
Send you it now.
Is it?
Yeah. Barney 4-3 in front, still on throw against Zonneveld. Jose de Souza beat Ricky Evans. 102 average from Jose.
Ricky will be sat there spewing.
Yeah, thinking.
Beat Chris Dobie earlier on. Jose hasn't averaged more than 92 for what feels like the last 6 months. And he runs into a Jose of old performance. Jose averaged 84 in the round before. 93, the one before that, and a 6-1 win over Christian Perez.
God, have the Manchester City players been allowed to miss the England training session? Because they were called up, weren't they?
I think Grealish is meant to be reporting for duty today, but
Well, it's not just Grealish I'm worried about. I look at the pictures, all I've seen is Grealish, Stones, Foden and Haaland every time. I think they've been to bed yet.
some of the clips I've seen of Grealish are a joke. I think he's got more alcohol in him than the Pro Tour combined because, you know, dart players don't drink anymore.
Are there any? Yeah, there's two big ones back end of the summer and a few penciled for next year. Gary Anderson 5-4 in front, but Smudger starts with a max. All of them reporting today or tomorrow, according to reports. Fucking hell. Good luck sobering them up. Oh, God. Just watch the feature game and over to you.
It's not happening.
Watch the feature game and over to you.
Not happening.
Smudger's on a 9.
It's not happening. 72 scored. Oh, he's missed the double.
Oh.
He's missed the double on the outside. Not quite, Tommy. They are playing Malta.
Yeah. Morgan, you'll be surprised. One leg shootout between Anderson and Smith, and Ando kicks off with a 45. Is this the little bit of luck that Ross Smith needs? Punished.
So have you been sat on here all day then?
John,
While you've been working on it?
John, no, from 12.
Oh, okay.
Better from Anderson, but still up against it if this is big from Smith.
Bugger off, Joe. Can we have more Pro Tours on a Tuesday? Everyone's on. Yeah, to be fair, that's what, the third attempt today, plus the 2 that have already gone? Back-to-back 174s for Matt Campbell earlier.
Nice. Ross Smith, huge opportunity here to see off Gary Anderson. Good afternoon, Pete. And also, we'll turn it round. She is all logoed up for you.
Oh.
See? And Ross Smith does beat Gary Anderson. 6-5 to Smudger. Safe to say City players won't be involved in the first game. I don't think they'll be sober enough for the first game. Pete says, good work, Fallon. How's the Super Series going?
Going all right. Sitting top.
Top of Group A at the moment, 2 points clear. I reckon the England Soccer A team could beat Malta.
I don't. They've lost 5 in a row.
It's because Potts was in charge of the rest of the world. You want to change the feature game, mate?
Yes. Sorry. Where are we going?
Barney has lost.
Barney been pants all day. I'm surprised he got this far.
To be fair, the selection's not the best, is it, for feature games?
That's on the stream, and that's probably the most enticing one. Because they're going to hold for the last 16. There's a Pro Tour to be done. Hey, you can't just run off, mate. There's a shot. We'll go Dolan because it's more important in the race for the match play.
Have you been, since you've been here, have you been down to Southsea at all, to the arcades or anything?
No, I didn't know there was arcades. Mate, do you think I'd be sat here if there's arcades? Spending money. No, because then I'd be skint after this weekend because it'd all go in the arcades. Come back with loads of plushies out of the grabbers. But...
I went to Skeg a few weeks ago, and do you know what I saw in the arcade?
Prime.
You win these as fucking
Wait,
prizes.
stop! I was only joking.
Genuinely. They're
Why
in
did
like
you
the
say
cabin
that?
machine. But there was a note on it saying the bottles are empty. You have to collect it from the service desk because they were getting the machines broken into.
Oh no. To be fair, we went to oh, it's good. We went to Felixstone before I went to the Ipswich exhibition. And they had it in the like, do you know where you collect all the like tokens and tickets and stuff like that?
Yeah.
It was like, but it was like, you know, ridiculous tickets for a bottle of Prime. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, why is everyone going mental?
Not seen it in ages.
What? Prime.
Yeah, just anywhere.
Yeah, it's because all the corner shops and like sweet shops and like all other like, I don't know, shops that want to just like make a little bit of income have just bought them all out. And I charge 40 minutes. I do. Rory's not in school, so maybe if I can get someone to sit down with him. Got sent home today. I think he's got chicken pox.
Really?
I'm serious. I actually died when my mum sent me the picture.
Still 2 pairs, yeah. Hand on heart, I've never even tried Prime.
They're all right, to be fair. That one's minging. Still not finished it. The other two are empty.
Yeah, never
That
tried
one's
it.
bad. That's horrible.
Brendan Dolan and Andrew Gilding underway. Martin Lukeman, Bradley Brooks 4-all. Is this the customary once a year run from Joe Mernon?
Looks at it.
Skegness, Felixstowe, Portsmouth, best parts of England. When's the Sandbanks exhibition? We had one in Weymouth before. That was all right.
Skeg's not bad for darts. There's a big tournament at Chapel St Leonard's.
Pete, I'm staying loyal to Monster. I'm trying to get them to slide into my DMs and sponsor us.
I was after Lucas for a while. There's only one seed left in the bottom half of the draw.
Oh, no, your Instagram account's big. I might try and slide into Monster's DMs and palm them over to us.
Right. I'm like proper like weird, right? So I go on like, you know, my Facebook and stuff like that. And you know the little short videos that come up?
Yeah.
Right? Have you seen the actual theory to the monsters? Like,
Yeah.
They proper go in on it and I'm like how? I'm literally looking at the can and I'm like, I don't see it, but then they go all into it. And have you had the theories about the pyramids as well? The other day?
Oh yeah,
So intriguing.
The pyramids is mad.
So intriguing. I was like, wow.
The other one that makes me laugh and makes you think, Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1830, I think it was. Yeah, they found it on maps from the 1500s. Yeah, we didn't discover it until 1830.
Yeah, but how do you know that? Because, right, just hear me out, right? Just because it isn't like, if it's on maps, did you say it was on maps from like
For 1500s,
from 1500s, right? Just because someone hasn't looked on a map, right? So just say if you went and discovered it, but you didn't say anything, you just drew maps up, right? But then it's like, you're not going to go tell, I don't know, him or me or anything like that. So then you're going to be like, haha, I'm not going to tell you this. So I'll let you go have a look. That could have happened.
Could have.
That's what I think. I think the periods are more interesting than Antarctica.
Oh, I love that, Pete. How are we doing, Niall? Hope you are good. You were on the tungsten teaser this week or today. That I got all 8 right. Yeah.
Match play race can't change today. No, I don't think it can. So what else gone? Yeah, you're right. Woodhouse and Brooks can get close if with a win, but that's about it now. And it's all down to ET10 now.
There can be a significant chase in the match play race, though, Gob.
Yeah, Dolan can jump above Hybrex and put him at risk.
No, and Ross Smith can knock James Wade out of the 16. Ross Smith wins today. He goes to 352.50.
3-5.
So I'm looking on the main order of merit again. Okay, I had the main. Yeah, Ross Smith can go top 16 in the world today.
Can he?
Yeah, go to the live order of merit.
But is that different for the match play race? Has he then got something else dropping off?
Don't know.
Because that table on the left hasn't moved and he's still 13.5 behind.
No, I'm just going on the live order of merit. Ross Smith can go above James Wade.
Interesting. Whereas on the match play race, that's got Wade less than that, and Smith less than that. And Wade went further yesterday. I don't know. They know it better than we do.
Oh, Laura.
I was the same when I put me in hospital.
I didn't know that.
Not Monster, Red Bull, but stimulant energy drinks. Put me in hospital 15.
So is it bad if sometimes I have 3 cans a day then?
Yes, mate.
Monster.
It's been known.
Jesus. That's bad.
Right, excuse me. What?
Well, just because it says no sugar on there doesn't mean it's healthy.
Right, excuse me. One of the times was actually your fault.
Why was it my fault?
Because you did that silly thing and went and beat Ted Everts, remember? And
Mate, you can.
yeah, exactly. I had 1 hour's sleep that night. And
Right, there's other alternatives. You didn't have to have Monster.
Yeah, let's just say I was drinking way too much and put me in
How much
hospital.
do you think I got?
probably about the same as me, about an hour.
And I went on cans of Monster.
We was on coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, there's not much better.
I know, right?
Smudger's got a Pro Tour win dropping off. Players Championship 19 from 2021. Between now and then. So live will be different to match play cut-off.
And to be fair, I don't have 3 cans every day, but occasionally it's been known.
Oh, I used to be on 40 cans a week.
Oh, I'm at least a can a day, if not 2.
I was working at from 13, so I just had money to spend, and we just used to go to the shop and buy cheap energy drinks or Red Bull and packets of 9p shortbread from Tesco. What a life. But I used to do a lot of sport. I dislocated my shoulder one day at school playing football, period 1 PE, I think it was, or period 2. I think I did more at break. Then I had compulsory PE. Then I had a double with GCSE PE. I think we had football practice at lunchtime. It was a Wednesday, so we had within our tutor groups or forms, we'd done sport that afternoon. I think we did some rowing or something on some machines. I kickboxing after school. I ran home, went to football training. I could not lift my arm by 6 o'clock.
No way you ran home.
I didn't hear that. I don't think I wanted to.
Oh no, I'm just slagging you for the crime bombs.
But yeah, I used to be on 40 cans of Red Bull a week, and it put me in hospital.
Did you not get a furry tongue?
They didn't last long, so I used to just open a can of Neckham. So, for a football game, I'd have one pre-match, one at half-time, one afterwards. Or, I'd take it for a PE lesson, so I'd have it, before we even started. Every time I did exercise, it was crack a can, see it off, get rid of it. But yeah, I was... How old was I when Finn was born? What's Finn now? 16? 15?
So I used to get the shakes. I used to drink it when I started playing. Because we used to just go away and stuff like that. So I used to drink Red Bull. I wouldn't say I'd drink loads, but I'd drink it 3, 4. But then I started to shake. And I was like, no, that's not healthy. You shouldn't be shaking.
Yeah, my mum slipped a disc when she was pregnant with my youngest brother. My dad was working a Saturday morning. He used to have to do every other Saturday morning. So she asked me to come and get him out of his bed because she couldn't pick him up. And as I woke up that morning, I got up. I'd overstimulated my heart too much in the last few weeks. Had a head rush, collapsed, missed the cot by about that much, just fell on the floor. It wasn't a solid cot though because he was too young. It was Moses basket crib sort of thing. So it would have had absolutely no support for it whatsoever. I never touched one since. I was in hospital, ECG monitor with an hour later, just saying, "Hey, you've just crashed yourself."
Oh, now I get it. They give you wings. They kill people. There you go.
Good marketing. I like that.
There you go.
What position did I play? I was a centre midfielder. I was a little fucker as well, but I was a centre midfielder. Hype for the Ashes. Can't wait, Pete. Absolutely can't wait.
We just need to make a few tweaks to the team.
It's not a team, it's a squad, isn't it? And that's the thing. Like, we're going in with a squad. In previous Ashes, we've gone in with 11 or 12, hoping that the bowlers stay fit. Not convinced by Crawley, but if he gets runs early on, even if he's streaky, I don't care how they come, he's just got to get runs. Everyone else, it's just how they rotate that bowling attack.
No, there's
And
one.
Is Stokesy going to bowl? Is the one.
There's one glaring change that needs to be made.
Crawley.
Yeah, and Folks needs to keep wicket.
They're not going to, though, because they're not going to push Johnny up to open out of nowhere now.
I know they won't, but they should.
Yeah, I completely agree. Big result this for Andrew Gilden, by the way. This is going to stunt Dolan exactly where he is. Kim Hybrex will be very pleased to see the way that this is going. Not to the men's Ashes, Pete. I had women's Ashes tickets, but it is the same weekend as the seniors in Yeovil, so I've had to give that up. I am at T20 finals day, which is the day before, which is the day the match play starts. I'm at the 100 finals day. I'm sure there's an event the day after that, or it clashes or something. And I'm at the New Zealand T20 at Old Trafford the night before the match play starts. Jar's off to a couple of the tests.
Do you know what the schedule is for tomorrow?
Oh, look. Is it on here? 2 seconds. Ross Smith now moved up to 16th for ET 11 and 12. Searle now not seeded. Last time that happened, he chose not to try and qualify.
Big decision to skip this then, yeah. Champion of Champions before the 100, yeah. Red Dragon on the Saturday, 100 finals down the Sunday.
That one, Group A. There you go. So you are on the third game tomorrow.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I've never watched the game at Lords, Pete. I've been there. I've worked at Lords. I worked at Lords 4 or 5 years in a row. I've never been there to watch cricket, so that should be interesting. Dolan out, 6-0 loss. 16s are warming up because I think these are the ones that have already been on a stream. Zonneveld and Rusty Jakes, they can move them to outside boards now.
Bairstow came back in to keep wicket as a thank you for keeping quiet what actually happened on the golf course.
He did.
It just bugs me that
He did not. He definitely did not slip.
no, did he hell? You don't slip over and break your leg on a golf course. I'd say that.
I'm not going to speculate what we heard, but it was not that.
Well, I'll speculate. Was there alcohol involved in golf and perhaps a golf buggy?
No.
Oh, please say someone wrong.
The first bit might be true, but it wasn't buggy related.
Oh yeah, by the way, if ever you're at an event or whatever and Aaron is in a golf buggy, just run. Run and run far.
But what, when he's in the mood or after he's just
Just if he's in.
lost?
That doesn't surprise me. Thanks, Joe. Are Red Dragon and Windmill at the same warehouse? Yep, down in Bridgend, Wales.
They're holding everything.
And your darts done as well.
It's the only live game.
Mum's not home.
Oh,
So unless Mason can do it, but I don't really trust
I
him.
wouldn't trust him to do it. Right, I'm going to let you out. Back in a minute.
Bye, Fallon.
Bye.
Good luck tomorrow.
Oh, thanks.
And then you have 2 days off.
Hopefully, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Right, go and let you out.
See you later.
See you later. I don't think Phil's going to Australia this year. No, especially as there's one less event this year, so it's even less content to go and cover for the cost. Not sure if he's tried your darts yet, Niall. Kiss stands a good chance for placing. Played really well today. First 2 rounds, awesome. I expect the rest of these games are all going to start at the same time. Still going every PDC major. Pretty much. It is our job. If we don't go, there's no content. Means no ad revenue. It's an interesting last 16 lineup, actually. Luke Woodhouse will take on Jose de Souza, Rusty Jake Rodriguez against Danny Noppert, Mentor Sulovic against Ross Smith, Richard Veenstra against Andrew Gilding, Jeffrey Sparrowdance, Mario van den Bogard, Neil Zonneveld against Christian Kiss, Damon Hetta against Bradley Brooks, and Stephen Burton will play the winner of the final game on screen right now. Do you do predictions? If so, could I hear them for the final 16? I'll go. Woodhouse to beat De Souza. Noppert to edge past Rusty Jake. Ross Smith beats Mensel Sulovic. Gilding beats Veenstra. And I go Sparrowdance over Mario van den Bogard. Kiss to beat Zonneveld. I think Hetta edges past Brooks. Hetta, strong favourite in that bottom half. Played pretty well yesterday as well, actually. And Stephen Burton's looked steady today, so I'm going to say he beats whichever of these two come through.
Right, what did we miss?
Do you prefer a home setup or pub board? Depends what I'm doing, mate. I just like there to be room around it. Preferably an electronic scoreboard. Can't be asked to write and stuff. I don't like chalk on my fingers.
Right, what I missed in the chat room. No, I'm not going to Australia. I'm most, apart from Oz, all apart from Oz. I love the fact that MVG told everyone before the PDC as well.
If you don't want to go, don't want to go, does he?
It gives them time to take him off posters and things like that.
Mm. Oh, Woodhouse to Sousa is underway. Just fired into these last 16 games. The Sidemen did a dart tournament with YouTubers. Would that help the sport? We thought about this a lot about crossovers because Jack Mate got heavily involved in darts, didn't he, for a while, or PDC darts, him and Pieface, etc. There was talks of it, but I'm just not sure the ability is there or the drive to put time in to be half decent. It's just a little bit.
That's the issue.
Yeah. Like, would it draw people to the sport a little bit? But are they interested in Van Gerwen? No, they're interested in what KSI would throw, and that's completely different.
Love to Bradley Brooks goes deeper, backs up with Jamie's playing really well, Brad. When I go to Bahrain in 24, depends when it falls, because obviously we haven't got the calendar yet. If it's the same time as it was this year, I don't know, because it impacts our Q School coverage, which is huge for us.
I just think that's a bit big, Sam.
A tournament at Ali Pali at the Worlds, there's just no room to hold it, because the schedule at Ali Pali is mental at the best of times. So I just don't know where you'd fit it in. So World Series next year, they've always said they're comfortable with 6, but could do 8. That's what Max always said. And I'd like to see it in South Africa. I'd like to see one there. I think South Africa would be mint.
Eventually, but I'm a bit worried that that's a bit Brazil now and missed the boat on it. They need to find a second venue for Oz. They need to go back to a big city, I think.
Yeah, Jar, I presume that would be roughly the 6. I don't think it will happen next year, but 2025, I think we'll see the double header in North America. there's been ongoing talks around that double header, and I think it's closer than it's ever been. Back to Vegas, yeah, I'd take that. We can do Vegas to New York or New York to Vegas. The way tickets have sold for this year's Polish Masters, I think they're trying to find a bigger venue. They sold 9,000 tickets in 3 hours. Which is a little bit good.
No, the problem with Japan is the culture just doesn't fit in with how the PDC have sold their product.
Yeah, that. I do think we will see more in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Just with the relationships that Matchroom have through their other sports in places like the UAE, Dubai, Saudi.
Miles away again. So Veenstra Guild in his stream, Woodhouse to Salza stream, Sparadans Vanden Bogard is stream. That's already 3-0. Sulovich Ross Smith is streamed. So we could go Heta Brooks as your feature.
I said I'm going to Euro Tours. So the one straight after the Premier League, I couldn't do because I was going to New York on the Monday, and Trier coming up is just an absolute bitch to get to. I think there's talks of the Tom Kirby coming back soon. That would be so. I'd love that. World Series in the Philippines, that'd be decent. I'm not sure what the darts are like there, but can we have a World Series in Bali?
You off on holiday again, are you?
Should Ireland have a World Championship qualifier? If they can get the Tom Kirby sorted, then I've got no objection to that having a World Championship spot again. Jar, in the latest interview we did with Matt, they've got a list of venues they are exploring the possibility of in Ireland. So fingers crossed for next year it might happen. Yeah, the plan is to go to a couple more Euro tours. I had to pay to attend them, but obviously it's written off against my tax bill and things like that. As
we don't pay for tickets.
no,
Media.
don't pay. Yeah, we get media access. Who's your pick for the women's match play? Bo would go in as the favourite. You can't argue with that. But I don't think Gob, after the last batch of women's series, I'm interested to see her in the next one. Because if it was the same Bo that we saw on the Sunday, I don't think she'd be as big a favourite.
Yeah. Looked like she was having the odd issue with her action a little bit more than perhaps we've seen in the last few blocks. So,
yeah. I'm not sure. I think the boys have still got it for another couple of years yet, anyway. Not worked into the ranking system, but I think if they can get the Tom Kirby back up and running, then that would be Ireland's World Championship qualifier.
Sudovic, I think, should be favoured. He's not, but I'd say better run of form. No, I think Smith's playing better than Sudovic right now. I think we're overlooking Suzuki a bit for the women's, you know.
So the Tom Kirby was stopped because of COVID, and it just hasn't. I know Niall's in the chat room; he might have some more info, but it's just never happened after COVID. Which organisation runs the Tom Kirby? Again, Niall's in the chat room. He may be able to help there. Bradley Brooks takes out 140 to go 3-1 up on Damon Heta. Fabulous stuff from Bam Bam. Smith was better in a polo. So, yeah, shut up, Siri. Yeah, I was up for the polo shirt look from Ross Smith. Yeah, but fingers crossed that they're looking at venues in Dublin, so hopefully the Grand Prix comes back, and that will help. Luke Woodhouse 5-3 up on Mensur Civic on Jose de Souza. I was just looking at Mensur.
Good news, I'm currently 0 from 1 in my predictions for the last 16 while you were letting Fallon out the door. So I think Sparrowdans will edge that against Mario van den Berghade. No, beaten 6-1. Elsewhere, though, I did say Luke Woodhouse would shade it. He's 5-3 up on Jose de Souza. Back Christian Kiss to beat Neil Zonderveld. He's 5-2 up. Danny Noppert the same over Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Gilding to win. Yes. Damon Hatter to win. Not going to plan. He's averaging 78 after 4 legs.
Do I think the highest TV average will ever be broken? Yes, I do. However, if Michael had hit that double 18 gob, that 136 would never have been broken.
No. What was
That
higher?
would have been a holy grail moment.
What is the record? Is it the official record
123 point something?
on TV?
Yeah.
Yeah. Highest TV 123.40 for Van Gerwen. Fallon the highest for a female 101.55. Pairs highest 117, Barney and MVG. Tournament winning average. 3 of the top 4 are still Phil Taylor. 5 of the top 7. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it would have been 136 of double 18 had gone. Yeah, that's never getting beat.
Yeah.
Any plans for Tony David to see? I don't think he's well enough, is he, Gob?
Don't believe so, no. Was initially meant to be involved in the first one, but
Andrew Gilding doing it again here, Gob. 5-0 up.
cruising. Hoping to join Christian Kist, Luke Woodhouse, and Mario van den Berghade in the last 8. Danny Noppert has just done that with a 6-3 win over Rusty Jake Rodriguez.
Oh, could you imagine as a pairs, Prime MVG and Prime Ando playing together?
Would be tasty.
MVG capable of breaking it. Price is capable. Smith.
I think Smith would overthink it.
Possibly.
In terms of a televised record average, it wouldn't surprise me if it went in the MODUS Super Series
Yeah.
because it is so short.
Well, you think that the spell that Graham Usher had last year?
Yeah.
Richard Vinstra gets a leg on the board. Rock is definitely capable. He's going to break a few records. Potentially. Over a shorter format, I think he has a chance. I'm not sure over a long format yet. Has anyone averaged 100 plus in every game of the Super Series in 1 week? No. Vinstra wins back-to-back legs. Mensur Sulovic. So this is the issue with Ross Smith, that he was sensational, 106 to beat Gary, and then the plummet to 85 got nearly 20 points difference.
He doesn't do that very often, though, does he? I think this is just a bad performance from him so far. I wouldn't say that's a trait of his where he drops off 20 points from game to game.
Not 20, but there are drops. We've seen it on the Euro Tour that he can't quite hook it up yet across.
No, mate, he won the European Championship averaging 100.
Yeah, but that's a one-off. The drops have been more than the wins.
Mm.
Do you think Graham Usher regrets getting his card, Phil? Is probably not. No, he doesn't. Absolutely not. I still speak to Graham quite a lot, and he wanted to go. I mean, at his age, he said this is his one last chance to give it a go. So he has absolutely no regrets about doing it.
I think that's similar to the likes of Richie Burnett, Kevin Vaness, etc. The chance of them getting back on the Pro Tour again and seeing what they can do are slim. Especially someone like Vaness, who was qualified for that first Seniors World Championship.
Do I think Bradley Brooks is going to keep his tour card? The way he's playing, Yes, he's only 10 grand off 64. And the way he's playing at the moment, Gob, you'd fancy him to make that up.
Yeah. He's flying at the minute. I'm not quite sure where it's come from.
Yeah, look, Danny Jansen's currently in 64 and he's plummeting. Andrew Gilding gets over the line. 6-2 win over Richard Veenstra.
Rasma updated his Twitter, by the way. Just for information, I'm going to the World Cup, of course. I'm waiting for this tournament for 365 days, and it's still one of my favourite tournaments in darts. Just wanted to say it'd be very difficult to focus for darts like the last 2 days in Hildesheim. So no late replacement for Latvia.
That doesn't sound good, though, does it, that he's going, but it's not his focus, which I completely understand, but from a sporting point of view, it's not a good place to be in.
No, but I think when he's head and shoulders above other players that could represent Latvia. And even a Rasma at 60% focus is better than those other players that could possibly replace him at 100%.
Ryan Joyce misses events for fun. He's not realised how he just talk. I haven't looked. How close is Ryan Joyce? Well, he's not like, he's when you're only 60th, Gob, missing events like this is not a good thing.
No. Smaller 11 leg into this game, yeah. 3-2 down at the minute to Menzel Sulovic. Mickey Mansell 3-0 up on Stephen Burton. It could start versus Noppert, but I suspect that's one of the more attractive fixtures to put on one of the two main feature boards of commentary.
Yeah, Damon Heta completes the comeback to beat Bradley Brooks 6-4.
Ross is laughing away at the back, he's shaking his head. I didn't see what happened previously.
Love that, Niall. Love that. The ADC Volt's doing wonderful things. We've got one starting in Andover for Series 3.
Just bemusement, I think, for Ross that he can't find a treble. It's going to have to be Mansell Burton as a feature.
It's a good little run for Stephen Burton today. Mental Sulovic.
Well, it's gone a bit flat now, but
yeah, James, I think he is now. Strange, some of the last 8 players left, but guess that's to be expected today. Oh, look, that's the Pro Tour for you. It does throw up some surprises, but Luke Woodhouse, Danny Noppert, Andrew Gilding, Mario Van Bergada, Christian Kiss, Damon Hetta, and either Mickey Mansell or Stephen Burton, Mental Sulovic or Ross Smith. It's a good little confidence boosting run for Danny Noppert, Gob, ahead of the World Cup. He's not been in the best of form.
He's not been great at all. And he's not played well today. He's picked up results today. There's a difference, but results breed confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, like winning games always helps.
Yeah.
But all 8 games will go at the same time on the stream boards. Where's this run from Sudovic come from as well?
What is it so far? 95, 96, 93. It's just steady. It's not exceptional by his own previous standards, but it is steady enough so far.
Yeah, I agree, James. I don't understand it. Joyce isn't currently any TV majors for the rest of the year, and as it stands, not even at Butlins or the Worlds. Missing this weekend just seems criminal. I might be wrong, and someone will correct me, but I don't think he went to Germany last time there was Pro Tours there either.
Maybe not. Sounds about right.
It just rings a bell that he didn't.
Qualified for 89 but pulled out. Yeah.
Yeah, very strange. Very strange indeed.
Ross Smith gets another back.
Germany is one John would love to miss, to be honest, 2 flights. Doesn't suit him well for some reason. Yeah, it's difficult. Laura, does John have to travel to Dublin to then fly?
Tell you what, if Heta keeps on the prowl, he could jump above Joe Cullen in the top 16 in the match play race. But I'm not. We consider which one would you prefer?
Yeah.
If he stays where he is, he would run into Michael Van Gerwen in round 2, should they both progress. If he jumps up, he'd take on Gerwin Price instead.
Have you guys any account of Adrian Lewis? I don't. Sometimes, so that's 3 hours bus. Went to Cork to London to meet Josh in Germany. It's always a 2 a.m. start. Yeah, it's not good. Our local vault is packing in after V2 because major cities and regions are running 400 volts per week. Just looking at there's not going to be too much change in the seedings, is there, for the match play overall? So, God, talking about what you were saying for like the match play seedings, like going into the last Euro Tour, Nathan Aspinall could leapfrog Danny Noppert into 8th, but would you want to?
It's still 8v9, isn't it? That doesn't make a difference.
No, I'm talking about for the next round.
Yeah, you still play the winner of 1v16, don't you? 8v9 is still going to play 1v16.
Yeah.
You'd have to get to 7th to get out of there. That's where you want to be.
What, in the ferret spot? Mensur Suljovic beats Ross Smith.
Yeah, 7v10, then plays 2 or 15. That's a lovely part to being given the form of Dimitri Van den Berg, Ryan Searle, and Peter Wright if you are Johnny Clayton.
Yeah, if you're Johnny, you're just like, no, I'll stay here, thank you.
Exactly where you are. That's semi-final territory.
Yeah, so already that are absolutely fixed according to Wikipedia. Michael Smith, Gerwin Price, and Rob Cross will not move from their seeding spots. Right then, chat room, what are you saying as we go into the quarterfinals? Who's favourite from here, Gob? Looking at that field.
Femino.
How are we doing, Fred? Hope you're good.
Kiss doesn't even have a tour card. The matchups: Luke Woodhouse against Danny Noppert. Mentor Sulovic will take on Andrew Gilding. Mario van den Bohard against Christian Kiss. And Damon Hatter against Mickey Mansell.
That is the lineup. So Woodhouse Noppert is going to be on streamboard 1. Is there anyone they've said so far? To that, Christian Kiss has pedigree. It's been horrible injuries and setbacks that have blighted his career. Goldfinger Heta final. People list him as the world champion outside Della. It's a little harsh. The year he won it, he was sensational.
Della, as a non-seed, beat the number 4, the number 2, and the number 1. That's not a bad world champion.
Can Mensah win the tournament? Question mark. And if he should win, will he play at the World Match Play? So I think he's miles off the match play race. I might be wrong.
A win puts him 7 grand behind. So he need a semi-final at ET10.
Is he even in ET10?
Doesn't look it.
No, so doesn't look like it.
Mickey Mantle's in ET10. Title for him will put him in the same situation. A win today for Vanden Boharder will put him on 37,250, but I don't think he's there. Luke Woodhouse is in Trier. To make the final be 4.25 behind, a win would put him £250 behind Brendan Dolan. It would leapfrog him above Simon Whitlock and Willie O'Connor. Shall we have one of the outside two as feature? So it can't be Woodhouse Knocker and it can't be Hatter Mansell. We've just watched Sulovic. Kissed Mario.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Hopefully, we should be underway soon.
We should. Let's pin you a very, very quick ad break. We're back on the other side of this one for the quarterfinal. Welcome back to Pro Tour Live.
Players Championship 14.
Yeah, not exactly speedsters left, is it?
No.
Kiss the Mario Rapid.
I've got both screens. I've got all four streaming boards open and Dark Connect. So we can see what's going on. Just waiting for them to go live. There are 30 Players Championship events.
No, we're at the quarterfinals, Danny.
Just waiting for them to start. Let's get this show on the road. Come on.
They are stalling about a bit, aren't they?
Yeah.
All four shoulders warming up. Means there's an official there. We're going to put this one as feature when it goes live. Leave that there. No, we'll run both semis at the same time.
Whilst he's mucking around, I'm just going to fill my water bottle up.
Yes. They are taking a while there. Florian Hempel's posted on his Instagram story, black background with an emoji clock. Maybe he wasn't too happy about the pace. Will you do a live stream for World Series of Darts Finals and Grand Slam Tour card holder qualifiers? Not really. It's Pro Tours, Women's Series. Don't do Dev Tour. We don't do Challenge Tour. We don't tend to do qualifiers. Depends when it falls, unless it's maybe the World Championship qualifier. Depends what else is on. Any Thunder today? Not any insight. Could do with some. Got a 3-hour round trip to make this evening. The next two Players' Champs don't count for the World Match Play, correct? This is the final Players' Championship event before the World Match Play. There is one more event to count towards that qualifying criteria, and that is Euro Tour 10, ET10 in Trier. We have pictures, Damon Heta, Mickey Mansell, Brandon Bohada, Christian Kist also.
We've got some action.
Yes. How come Peter never played today? Peter who does? No, Mensah cannot qualify at all. He is not in the next Euro Tour. Mickey Mansell is. Mario van der Behade cannot get high enough. Luke Woodhouse is in the Euro Tour. Yeah, Peter Wright did play, mate. He got beat 6-2 by Jared Cole. Average 77 was not pretty at all. And he played with the gold elements. And at this point, you just have to be concerned that the amount of tinkering that Peter Wright has done in the past has backfired.
He actually played with the elements. Christ.
Yeah, an average 77. I think you have to be massively concerned for Peter Wright right now. There have been glimpses this year. He won a World Series event and a Euro Tour, but outside, and I say outside of those two wins quite lightly because neither of those are easy feats to achieve. But it feels like every other time Peter Wright has picked up his darts, he has been disappointing at best.
The Euro Tour, the World Series, I'm going to caveat and say that was before the Premier League.
Yeah.
So I think that's a decent win on its own. I think the Euro Tour glosses over a little bit how bad it's been. Whoa, God, look at Christian Kist on the stream.
Yeah.
How is he being allowed to play?
An F1 race car.
Yeah, that breaks all the rules.
How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 12 badges on that shirt.
Yeah. Is this a PDC Europe running this weekend or a PDC?
PDC, I think.
Then I'm very surprised that's allowed to happen.
All right, where's the... Find that one. That one. I'm just going to check.
I think they're allowed 4 plus any event sponsors. So they're allowed 4 of their own. There's a maximum 6 patches that you should have on a shirt at any one time.
That's for a TV shirt.
1 on either sleeve. And I think you're allowed 4 of those, but you have to keep 1 chest, 1 sleeve free for televised events.
It's 6 in total. For a right-hander, it is right sleeve and right upper chest. For a left-hander, it's right upper chest but left arm.
Yeah.
Fine incoming, yeah, absolutely.
There's a difference between playing shirts and interview shirts, Jar.
Yeah.
For non-PDC interviews, given with anyone else.
Yeah, so as soon as he's off stage, MVG comes upstairs and changes into his media shirt.
People forget how old Snake is at 53. Could easily just be falling away naturally like Mervyn King and Ian White, Barney, Jose. There's a difference between naturally and the size of the drop that Peter's experiencing. It's quite sharp. Barney was quite gradual. Mervyn King was still in major finals a couple of years ago. His has been more of a gradual decline, though. Jose drop off, he puts down to COVID. I think it's playing in front of a crowd.
Or the other bit is, did Jose just have a purple patch 18 months and now he's just reverted back to type, the standard that he was at before that patch?
Yeah, both, isn't it?
Yeah. White told from the beginning, game players, staff, spectators, and business, PDC are all taken into consideration when international travel package 3 and 4 events. I'm guessing there's a first half of that question that I've missed.
Just ours is 49.
Wade has fallen off a cliff. I agree that Wade's drop off has been dramatic. I didn't. I agreed with you, Johnny. Thank you. I've been on the Jose bandwagon for ages. Losing the Premier League final hurt. It's an interesting one, isn't it? It says, does Jose's TV title have an asterisk next to his name? Look, you can't take it away from it. He won the tournament. But we've often debated that would players have won tournaments behind closed doors, won them in front of a crowd? It's something that you'll never know.
If you're doing that, though, does that devalue a lot of Going Price's achievements? Because he won without a crowd, including the World Championship. Does that devalue Dozz's Premier League?
I was just asking the question that was in the chat room. For me, it's one that you will never know. People will say that that Glenn was top of the Premier League before COVID hit.
He was. And declining a bit. But yeah.
I think that there's no block answer to this. That they are what they are. But do I think certain players would have won their titles with a crowd? No. But they've, in the day, they played the hand they were dealt. But the one is the match play. Look, if that final was in Blackpool, would the crowd have let Dimitri play that game? No. Would they?
No. And I might not have gotten as much trouble about my opinion on that as I did.
Yep.
Price won the Grand Prix, World Cup, and World Championship behind closed doors. Didn't he win the Slam behind closed doors as well?
No. He won the Slam at Aldersley with fans.
He has won with crowds, but his first big wins were without.
No, they weren't.
Slam aside.
The Slam, there was fans there.
Yeah, true, mate. I still wouldn't know the side member.
I love this headline on Twitter. Jack Grealish's 4-day bender is officially over as the star is set to meet up with England tonight and be assessed. Yeah, good luck with that one. It is an interesting debate, and there's no right or wrong answer to this. But at the end of the day, the players won these titles, so you can never take them away from them.
Yeah.
To be fair, if COVID hadn't have hit, these streams may not have even been thought of.
That's the point, yeah.
Yeah, good point, Mace. Damon Heta has absolutely battered Mickey Mansell. 6-0, 100 average for Heta. Maybe one game too far for Mansell. Didn't get a double, averaging 77.
Looked like his level was just dropping in the previous round, didn't it?
May have over-practiced.
I don't remember. Or the start of that game. 84 the round before against Hempel, yeah.
Yeah, Q School Live's where it all started. Remember the thing? We'll just come on and do an hour here, an hour there each, boys. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Those plans were rethought quickly.
Another choice.
So, online darts was launched in and around the May of 2020. We've not done bad in a short space of time.
Mm.
Not a problem. Christopher, it was good, mate. Over practiced. That's the words.
Will Kiss be back on tour? He's playing well enough to get back on tour, but it's a long time away before Q School.
Yeah.
Being the best player in the world without a tour card at this moment in time, as he might well be in the conversation for, is no good. It's not no good. It's still viable financially, the likes of him and Barry Vampire and whatever else. But if your aspiration is to be a tour card holder and play in the PDC again, you need that form in 6 months' time. Mate. You hit a few more on the Sunday.
Tommy, live darts have been going for years. Jay does a great job over there. I still speak to Jay all the time. They've been going 11, 12 years.
Can't be that long, can it?
I'll have a look.
Live Darts was a university project for Jay, and I started uni 10 years ago in September.
October 2009.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Was he that much older than me?
That's when their Twitter account started.
When did Live Darts start?
It was around then. It was then, I'm sure.
The Online Darts Twitter account did not start in 2020, did it?
No,
You
but
know well what happens. Not in the guise that it currently is, anyway. Was he? I didn't realise he was that much older than me. My first year at uni, my team beat his uni in the semi-finals. 2011. Yeah, 2 years older than me then. Yeah.
yeah, I know Jay does a great job over there.
Didn't think 2009, yeah.
So yeah, they've been going super ages. Yeah, I've just done the search goal. It was darts related tweets in 2009.
Non-tour card holder Christian Kist is a Pro Tour semi-finalist. He's a 6-2 victor over Mario van den Berhade. He will take on Damon Heta for a spot in the final.
Yeah, Gob, you had a big gap, yeah.
Not even close. How can Kiss get his tour card? Either finishing top 2 on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, or going to Q School.
Mensur Suljovic is a leg away from a semi-final, Gob.
Where's that come from? He's averaging 102 in the process.
Where has this come from? Well, interesting that he's sticking with the standard flights as well.
Have you changed your mind about Austria's chances this week?
Maybe, yeah. Because I didn't see this coming, did you?
Not really. I need to see him get over the line now because I want to see him bang it in where they zoom in. You say sticking with a standard. Is that molded?
If Kiss wins the event, he becomes the first reserve player for all the remaining playing championships, and then someone else. Yeah.
Should more than 2 from Challenge Tour get a tour card?
Absolutely.
For it, certainly.
Yeah, I don't get why we use a 4-day ranking system when you've got a year's ranking system available. A year's worth of data is better than 4 days.
Yeah.
Match point, Suljovic. Match 1, Suljovic.
103.9 average for him. That's just shy. Is that 14.5 darts a leg?
So your semi-finals will be Luke Woodhouse will take on Mensur Suljovic. Christian Kist will take on Damon Heta. Wowzers.
Not be gone at the hands of Woodhouse. Ooh. So we're down to just 2 streams. There were 2 names we touted yesterday that could go, not touted, but you asked if anybody's going to make a run from completely left field, do something daft like win an event and compete at the Euro Tour and earn enough to qualify. One of them we said was Gian Van Veen, who lost in the first round today, or second round to James Wade. The other one was Luke Woodhouse.
Yeah.
He is 15 legs away from jumping up to 17th spot on the Order of Merit, where he would just be £250 behind Brendan Dolan.
Interesting.
Leave those there for a second.
I can close.
I don't disagree with you from there, Mace.
Yeah, I'm with you. I bet have absolutely rinsed it today.
What else not been to a... What
Part of
else
me,
on a challenge tour, but not pro tour?
part of me really wants Mentor to win just for the interview. Yeah, you know, Jar. Yeah, buddy.
Concerningly, for Luke Woodhouse, should he win today, it's not the hard work done, puts him back in contention, but his best ever run at a European tour is the third round.
What we need, quarter final.
Depends on Dolan's results, etc., wouldn't it?
Yeah.
At 250 behind him, we'd have to go around beyond Dolan, basically. He's 750 behind Kim Hybrex. Yeah, made the third round twice last year.
Mentor in the World Cup, Anderson and Christmas, same thing. Good point. Why don't Players Championships 15 and 16 count towards the match play? We don't know. And I don't see why they were put there if they weren't going to count.
Yeah.
I actually like that. That was one of the good bits around the blocks in COVID and whatever. And I know the blocks were long, and they just don't have to be the 4 or 5 days that they were. But before the majors, like your match plays and your World Grand Prix, those blocks just before building up as the race two was good. I think there's something that should be brought back, even if it's only a block of 3, Gob.
Yeah, I like the little races, especially for a tournament as big as the match play. Not necessarily for every major, because then you're struggling for pro tours anywhere else. But
problem is, James, is putting them that close to the match play and not counting them. I understand what you're saying there about the draw and whatever, but that close to the match play, I think it will be an absolute disaster anyway, where none of the top players will turn up because they want an extra few days at home before they go to Blackpool. When are the dates for... So the match play is the 15th to the 23rd, 24th?
Sounds about right. Let's have a look. Put it on my calendar somewhere. And the match play starts on the 15th to the 23rd, yeah. Between now and then, we've got the World Cup starting on Thursday, running through until Sunday, the weekend after the World Seniors Masters in Yeovil. The weekend after that is ET10 in Trier, European Darts match play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The weekend after that, players will be in Warsaw for the Poland Darts Masters on a Friday and Saturday. Then we have those two Pro Tour events on the Monday, Tuesday, 10th and 11th, before the match play the week after that. Then the players will head down under, New Zealand and Australia. A week, nearly 2 weekends then. A weekend gap. We have a weekend off, Phil, the 19th and 20th of August. There is no darts.
Woohoo!
I've not been able to find any yet, anyway.
Give Barry an hour. I'm sure he can put something in there.
The one the weekend after is a strange one. The Pro Tour return. So we go from Seniors Match Play Qualifier, Hamilton, Wollongong, a week off. It's a block of... Oh, no, it's Saturday, Sunday. Sorry, I was misreading my calendar. There is a block of 3 then the weekend after that. So when the World Seniors Match Play is on in York on the Saturday and the Sunday, there's a Pro Tour Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Before the players head to Jena, then Amsterdam. 3 days in Budapest. Another block of 3 Pro Tours, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And the Grand Prix. Yes. World Teams World Championship. It's already on sale. I don't want to tell you the wrong date, but I'm pretty sure it's the same week again.
Christopher said, who did Bully lose to? Good question. I wasn't on when he lost.
Rusty Jake, 6-4.
There you go.
Yeah, 15th to the 18th of February is the Seniors World Championship. Back at the Circus Tavern.
With that, I just hope the Premier League fixtures are kind.
Yeah.
So I haven't got to try and get back from somewhere stupid. I tell you what would be nice, Gob. Week 2, either Nottingham or Birmingham.
Get it out of the way.
Well, and it's close to getting back. This is the semi-finals. So Christian Kist against Damon Heta. Luke Woodhouse against Mensur Suljovic. Going to be Belfast, yeah. But anything other than the Scottish, Newcastle, Belfast, Dublin, Ahoy, or Berlin.
Brighton would be decent.
But Brighton would be okay.
For you, anyway. I'm going straight to the tavern.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'll be early flight back.
Oh, interesting stat from Dan Dawson on Twitter. He said Christian Kiss is in his first Pro Tour semi-final for 7 years. Damon Heta is in his 7th Pro Tour semi-final this year, and he's lost all 7 of them.
Interesting.
Seniors World Cup. Not at the moment, Excalibur. I mean, one of the 2 directors, Jason Francis, mentioned in February they were looking at new events, potentially new territories, but as it stands, the only new addition to the calendar has been Champion of Champions. Ryder Cup would be interesting, although given the performances of everybody so far, I suppose you could do UK versus the rest of the world. Could get Sholton, Stompe, the North Americans against the Brits. What else wins the bullseye against Mensur Suljovic? Race to 7 now. See Britain versus the rest of the world, England versus the rest of the world. You're giving them Thornton as well. Maybe. Best years for Lakeside after the PDC Worlds got huge. Not sure, you know.
What was the question?
The best years for Lakeside after the PDC Worlds got huge.
What year are we saying the PDC Worlds got huge? The switch to Ali Pally or before that?
Probably Ali Pally. Was that 2008? Too early.
Mm, 2000.
8.
2008. But didn't John Part win the first one there?
It was MODUS quarterfinal versus Taylor then, yeah.
Didn't Barney win the last one at the Tavern? And Part win the first one at Ali Pally?
Yeah. My throwback knowledge of World Championships is dreadful.
So from 09, what was the best Lakeside? Oh dear. One of them involves He Who Shall Not Be Named.
Who did a Webby win?
2008.
Webby Whitlock was decent.
Yeah.
Bunting's year was half steady.
Bunting was 2014 because that was the last time that tour cards were handed to the semi-finalists.
Yes.
Because Mitchell was 15. To be fair, Durrant's second World Cup against McGeaney was decent.
Yeah. Adams Chizzy. Of the 3 Adams won, he beat O'Shea in another, didn't he? And the other one was the Nixon comeback that didn't finish.
I'm sure the one he beat Chisnell in, he actually played really well as well. Menzel Sudovic has taken the opener against Luke Woodhouse and kissed 1-0 up on Heta. Is the curse continuing? John Part has won at each World Championship, the Lakeside, Tavern, and Ali Pally. Yeah, so Phil has as well. Mensa blows a golden opportunity here for 2-0. Both finely poised here. Christian Kiss takes a 2-1 lead over Damon Hetter. The lipstick. Talking about finals and things like that, God, and back when it was still competitive on both sides, it's a shame that one of the most iconic moments in sport will never be shown again because of the actions of one sick man.
Yes. That finish to win it. It's not likely, Tommy.
No broadcaster ever going to show him again. Big moment here, or Kiss doesn't take it. So Kiss could have pinned the 94, and it would have been interesting. But that is, Hesse comes back, levels up at 2 apiece. Oh, that's big. Luke Woodhouse pins the 93 to hold. Sulovic was poised, ready to break.
Averaging just 75 so far, Luke Woodhouse, but he does lead a Pro Tour semi-final 2-1.
That final was the year 2000.
Change the result of one major PDC final. Oof. Not sure I would. I'd change the result of a semi-final instead.
Change the result of one major PDC final. What would it be? It's a good question. What are you changing, Gob?
I'm changing a semi-final, not a final.
Who are you changing?
Either Wade versus Lewis, Windgate,
Yeah.
or the European Championship semi-final.
Which one?
When Kyle hits the 9 against MVG but loses.
Yeah. Love that, mate. To be fair, mine, I wouldn't change a PDC final. But
would you give Nixon the comeback?
No, I would change. And it's not just because he's in the chat room, but I was asked about this today on commentary as well. Who I think the best Bristolian dart player is, or been. and I would change the result of Mace's game against Hankey. Oh, 100%, Jar. If Kyle beat MVG, he was in the Premier League.
Yeah.
No question whatsoever.
Yeah.
For a fairy tale, would you have liked to have seen Taylor Cross change so Taylor had the perfect send off?
Potentially, but then I'm not sure we get the. Taylor we were guaranteed a story in that final. Taylor is a perfect send off doing the match play world's double, or Rob Cross superstar year. Like, neither were going to happen again.
Yeah. Same kind of question, but different. If you could change one dart in history, what would it be?
What's going on there?
So now we'll have a look. He's not looked at the score.
It must have, because it's thrown high. Has he been told it's not in?
I don't know.
Has he looked at the wrong side? Oops, and don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No idea. Woodhouse wins the leg regardless.
Yeah.
Strange. Very strange.
I can't make my mind up which dart I'd change. It would be one of MVG's. It would either be the dart for the 99 darter or the dart 18 for the 136 average. I don't know which one I'd change.
He can have the 99. He's not having the average for me. I'll take a third ando, thank you, Cameron, and be very content.
What would I rather see? MVG win a fourth world title or Anderson win another and retire? MVG win another world title, win the fourth.
Slip from Christian Kiss. This is the dart header needs to level up.
Good work, Rob. Good work. Kist has blown a golden opportunity here. Golden. Damon Heta pins its second dart. Huge sigh of relief for the Heat.
Best of 7 effectively from there. Kiss still with the advantage of throw though.
Oh, James, absolutely. If you offered Anderson another world title or the Grand Slam, I'm with you. I think he takes the Slam every day. Completely with you. Whilst we're playing, we'll do Boyce's one first question. One game you weren't in the crowd for to watch, but wish you were? Oh, good question.
Yeah, that Taylor Wade Premier League final.
Yeah, I agree. The Chris against Taylor game in Blackpool for the 9, that's right up there. Yeah, James, I'm with you there as well. Here's one. If you could install any tournament into the PDC calendar, as in any old tournament that they don't currently do, what would it be?
I don't know, because it's only really the Desert Classic or the Champions League, isn't it?
No, it doesn't have to be one of their tournaments. Because there's 2 that I'd love to see them do. Bring back the News of the World, or
Rip off the Masters. Sure.
Yeah, or the Masters. I'd love to see either of them in the calendar. Luke Woodhouse is, but he's not playing particularly well, but nor is Sulovic. Just getting a little bit scrappy on board 2 at the more stream board 2.
Yeah, Bullseye's done, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Flowers Duathlon. Nice, mate. I like that.
I like the pentathlon they do down at used to be at Chelsea, but it's just not very TV viewer friendly by the.
Yeah. Doesn't look as if Mensur Suljovic is going to pull off the great escape here. Luke Woodhouse, 4 clear.
Told him he'd be averaging 83 in a Pro Tour semi-final. Would have been incredibly disappointed if you told him then he'd be 6-2 up while doing that. Take your hand off.
Kist will be gutted here because he's going to go down here, but he had multiple chances to bury this one.
Yeah. Mensur was 49th in the tour card race. So heading towards the latter end of the 64, but still do him the world of good a run today. It's Damon Heta. Books his spot in the final at the 8th time of asking.
Yeah. Yep. Graham, it's literally obviously the end of this result and the Eurotour in Trier. Damon Heta breaks the hoodoo as well of 7 losing semi-finalists this year. Heta up to 13th. He's above Cullen. Luke Woodhouse defeats Mensur Suljovic.
He does. We'll run a quick ad break then before the final gets underway. You know it's going to be a couple of minutes yet. If you've got any questions, get them in the chat room, and we'll be back for Luke Woodhouse against Damon Heta in the final of Players' Championship 14 in a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back then to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts myself, Jack Garwood, joined by Phil Bars.
Oi, oi.
We are waiting now for the final to get underway, which will be between Damon Heta, his first of the year, or Luke Woodhouse, his first in his career. We'll be going for his first title. I'm not sure if it's his first final. Let's whack this in. Who wins the final? We'll go Woodhouse, Heta.
What are we saying then, chat room? Get involved. What do you think, Gob? Heta will have too much for Luke Woodhouse?
You'd expect so, but it's just been one of those days.
Yeah. Where anything can and probably will happen.
Yeah, the last two games have just got a bit tight for Luke Woodhouse. 82 average in a defeat over Mentor Sudovic, 86 average in a victory over Danny Noppert. Sorry. Could we suggest the pace is a bit of an issue there? I mean, I'd say that, but then the round before he beat Jose de Sousa 6 with 101 average. So Woodhouse is in what, Graham?
Guessing, does he mean the match play?
He wouldn't. He'd be £250 short.
Did you say he's in Trier?
Yes.
So it's still on?
Yes. He'd have to go around further than Brendan Dolan.
Could you imagine if they draw each other first round?
At the moment, he's 4.25k behind, so he'd have to go somewhere like a quarter final for £6,000 to make that up if he loses in this final.
So this is almost must win for him to make the match play.
Yeah.
Cheers, Harry. Thank you very much.
Not the minute, Harry. I live way too far away for a last-minute call-up. How unthinkable is this, by the way? What would you have to do? When's the cut-off for this? August the 15th. That's well beyond the match place. That must include. Gary Anderson is 10 grand away from being seeded for the next block of Euro Tours, ET 11 and 12.
Oh my. He's not in Trier though, is he? So he'd have to do it at the Players' Championship events.
Yes. The cut-off is the 15th of August.
Was it 10 grand?
Yeah. 10,250 behind Ross Smith. Martin Schindler at 15 grand clear of him.
That's bonkers.
Final looks to be about to get underway.
All right. What are you saying then, chat room? Build us up, ready. Ando's currently seeded 2 for the Players' Championships. Brilliant.
Love that.
We all thought he was going away quietly.
82% of you that have voted so far think Damon Heta is about to win this Pro Tour final. Thanks to all of you that got involved throughout the day as well. Much appreciated. If you enjoyed the stream, please do hit that like button. And consider subscribing to the channel so you don't miss out next time we go live. Quite disappointingly, though, I have just asked for likes while we're on 69. Child. Hector's won a few. Woodhouse, this would be his first senior PDC title. He's on Challenge Tour before.
Gary as well. Whilst we're doing the Gary stats, he is 4,250 off the European Championships.
And the next block of challenge tour. No idea, because the PDC calendar that you can export to your phone doesn't take into account challenge or dev tour.
No.
The iCal file. So I lose track of those. Yeah, it's a late finish actually. How is this still on? Because the quarterfinal lineup included Danny Nopper, Andrew Gilding, Menzel Sulovic, Mario van der Bode, and Mickey Mansell.
Yeah. That's why. That'll do it. It's not ideal when things like that happen.
I am starving. I got to drive to Peterborough after this.
We've got pictures though, Gob, at least. We are on.
Why is that size? Yeah, I've eaten less today as well. Yesterday I was snacking away. Today it's just a case of sausage roll this morning, and that's it.
I love that.
Hi, Maisie.
How are you doing, Maisie? You all right?
Speaking of, I've got Harry Potter. Definitely Hallows Part 1 and 2 to watch. We've done a Harry Potter marathon recently.
Always a
On
fan of that,
Netflix.
as everyone knows.
Also, I'm ending the poll there, so none of you can claim what you voted after we've already started. "62 votes, 74% of you saying Damon Hatter, 25% Luke Woodhouse."
Damon Hatter very much in the groove here to start with. Luke Woodhouse just off, but just taps Damon Hatter on the shoulder to remind him. Goes in one. What is your favourite Harry Potter, Gob?
It should be the Goblet of Fire. but compared to the book, they leave so much out.
100%.
Their entire characters just ignored.
Oh, that's my biggest bugbear about a lot of it.
Like, if you've never read a book, the name Ludo Bagman means absolutely nothing to you, but he is such an important part of that book.
Yeah.
I rate the Half-Blood Prince. Not sure cinematically, but actually the way it flows, I think, is okay. There's enough there to be close enough to the book, I think. What are we losing? What do we lose in Half-Blood? Do we lose Spew, or is that Order of the Phoenix?
Can't remember that recapping.
I can't remember which one that was in. The only other thing I can think that we lose out on is understanding the link between the ring, the family that owned the ring, and Voldemort.
Yeah.
The Gaunts.
How Morphin was meant to have committed murder.
Yeah. I think the fact that you have to commit murder to create a Horcrux is massively overlooked. The fact that Harry is a descendant of, or quite possibly a descendant of the Peveril brothers, who are the creators of the Hallows. The heat flying in his natural habit. Yes. Give him roast him.
He is, but he's missed a huge opportunity here. If this 1-2-2 goes, he's missed the dart of the ball. Last dart in hand, that could be huge, Gob, because Heta was just making a mess of leg 2.
Making a mess of this final, average wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, the books win all day, hands down, every single time. The amount of detail, the way that things link into each other, there's so much more that is just not ignored in the film. Well, it is ignored in the films. I get why there's only so much time on a film and they could all be 4 hours long each, but then you lose people watching and whatever. But yeah, 100%. I'm a bit concerned about this TV series.
Yeah.
I just think it's too early. Way too early. Like, there's talks of characters reprising their role as well. Realistically, to film 8 books worth into TV, including every single detail, is a 15 to 20 year project.
Yeah.
From here, minimum. You think how long the films took to make? And there's talk of chucking some characters back in that have already played it, like Filch could be the same. But it's the other ones that are worrying me. One of the Phelps twins is in line to play Arthur Weasley instead.
No, that's just wrong.
Tom Felton is lined up to play Lucius rather than Draco.
Again, wrong.
Yeah. I think Emma Thompson might be back as Trelawney. Whoa. Don't be comparing Harry Potter to the World Series.
Heads up, though, 3 to the good. And he's coasting. Luke Woodhouse averaging 72 is not making a dent on the heat.
Way too easy for Hatter at the moment. 3-0 up, bangs in a 180 to open against the darts here in leg 4. 58 levels it up a bit.
It was a bit like God when Disney were on about making a Pirates of the Caribbean and recasting Jack Sparrow.
Not possible. Johnny
Exactly.
is that franchise.
Exactly. The champagne shot against the big fish.
Oh, beautiful. Two players that can count. I love it.
Yeah. Well, the champagne shot doesn't go, so does the big fish. And that don't go either.
Is there any point in putting up silent highlights of just a board and the camera split?
Yeah. Luke Woodhouse does have a leg on the board, but it's only a hold of throw. But both are struggling here. That's clear to see.
Yeah. It's just been one of them days.
Yeah. We'll forgive Luke Woodhouse that bogey number.
I mean, if you're banging a 180 to leave it, there's nothing else you can do.
That's what I meant. So I say we'll forgive him.
You can learn to use the treble 17 segment instead of switching to the 19s, because this is the trouble you put yourself in. But if you are in that position, there's nothing you can do from banging in a 180.
No, agreed. (4-1) the Heat. He's halfway there. And only a 45 from Woodhouse. Damon Hatter will want to jump all over that. What did you think of Mbappe's comments last night, Gob?
Have you heard his entourage call it Prison Saint-Germain?
How can they say that after he's director of football, interim manager, and whatever?
Well, he's going to Madrid, isn't he?
Not bad if they signed Bellingham and Mbappe.
Big visit from Hatter then, already effectively stolen the darts. That's massive again. And he's on for a 5-1 lead here. He's got at least 6 from 60 as well for a 5-1 lead. First time Hatter has made it to a final this year in 8 attempts on the Pro Tour when he's made the semi-finals.
(5-1). Are we saying game over?
Be a mightily big comeback from here for Luke Woodhouse.
Jamie, I just think he's run out of steam and maybe practiced too much. It will be a big blow to lose a final, but especially this one, because he's now probably going to have to get to the quarterfinals of the Euro Tour to have any chance of making the match play.
Minimum. Quarterfinal $6,000, so that'll put him on 40. I tell you, will be absolutely loving seeing this right now.
Beaton, Dolan and Hybrex.
Simon Whitlock.
Yeah.
They have a trophy to defend in 3 days' time.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the match play. 5-2. It is a breaker thrown, and Slim Hopes still alive. Is there a resurgence from Woodhouse? Just looking at the Woodhouse Dart Gob, they seem very much modelled off of an Adrian Lewis.
Yeah. I think they've been for a while as well. Big moments again here. Another break on the cards for Damon Hatter. You'd expect him to get 6 from 129. When he has hit 180s, it feels like it's been against the darts most of the time here.
Yeah.
How do you leave that? How do you leave that?
I think he's gone 19. He had 129, didn't he? So I think he's gone 19, treble 20, and gone for the ball and hit a 12.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. He is according to darts rankings, James.
Is he not, perhaps? Yeah, it was what we said. Hatter went for the ball and hit the 12.
Yeah. Motoring on his own throw. 6 trebles.
Yeah, the writing is very much on the wall.
Yeah. Just not happening for Luke Woodhouse right now. Be disappointed with this, but look, to reach the final is nothing to beat. Look down on. It is 7-2. Damon Hatter is just 1 away from a Pro Tour title here in 2023.
Yeah, he's there according to Wikipedia as well. Almost time to start the car. It just opens the door in this leg for Woodhouse. A 2 treble visit would have put Hesser right in the driving seat.
Paul Nicholson said he was not an ET10.
The European darts match play. Yeah, according to Wikipedia, the tour card holder qualifiers were George Kellington, Stephen Burton, Daniel Closer, Luke Woodhouse, Jose de Souza, Simon Whitlock, Ross Smith, Roman van Barneveld, Stephen Bunting, Connor Scott, Brendan Dolan, Ted Everts, James Wade, Jim Williams, doubtful, Keane Barry, Jean Van Veen, Graham Hall, Ryan Joyce, doubtful, Kim Hybrex, James Wilson, Martin Lukeman, William O'Connor, Mickey Mansell, Matt Campbell.
In that order is how they appear on the PDC TV website, ET10 tour card holder qualifiers. That information has just been copied straight from PDC TV to Wikipedia. However, they will be copying this result into the history books as well. Damon Heta, an 8-2 winner in Players' Championship 14 to lift the title today. Luke Woodhouse will be a little bit disappointed with the way he's played in that final, but a superb achievement to make it all the way there in the first place. The Aussie Heta picks up some form ahead of the defence of the World Cup of Darts, which starts for Team Australia on Thursday. He'll be partnered with Simon Whitlock. Yeah, that's about it from us. We'll have... Are you heading to the World Cup?
What's that?
Are you going to Germany?
Yeah, Thursday morning.
Phil will have interviews with the teams as and when we can get them from the World Cup of Darts. We'll keep you up to date on social media and on our website as well. And we'll be back on Monday night for the live lounge once again if you want some more live darts. Online darts conversation. Other than that, thank you very much for joining us once again for this block of 2. One event left to go in the all-important race for the match play. But for now, all eyes turn to the pairs phenomenon that is the World Cup of Darts. A big thank you to everyone in the chat room that's joined us over the last 2 days. To Jar for jumping on with me this morning, and to Barzi for 2 days left, and as well as Miss Fallon Sherrick, who made an appearance twice. Good luck to her tomorrow and the rest of the week in the MODUS Super Series as well. Thanks for watching. We will see you all very, very soon.
Bye.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You.
Take it to the next level.